Before we get started with this video, I just want to remind you guys that my new non-seasonal anime poll is up. Vote for which anime I should react to. The link to the poll is in the description down below. It's a Patreon link, but you don't have to donate money to vote. Anybody can vote in this poll. Voting ends next Sunday on July 16th US time. What's up everyone, Kawaii here, and welcome to episode 39 of the Weebs of the Roundtable podcast, aka the podcast where, unlike the Demon Slayer fandom, our discussions are civil. Our disagreements are civil. But yeah, in this podcast, we're going to be talking about our final thoughts on the spring 2023 season. So yeah, the first anime on the list is Demon Slayer, the Swordsmith Village. So yeah, what do you guys think?
Not watching.
Well, I mean, we got season 4 announced, so there's there's
if I speak, they'll kill me.
Exactly.
Right,
I can't speak.
Exactly.
That fucking Twitter thread was, and the response
Oh
to that
my
was
god!
just
Oh yeah,
the
we'll
worst.
get,
One of the worst
we'll
things
get to
I've
that
seen.
memory. We'll get to that.
Okay, forget the whole shit with Oshinoko. The whole that day was the most atrocious thing I've seen. Just give an opinion about the backstory. It's a typical backstory, and everyone just jumped on it.
That's
Yeah,
what I
to be
said.
honest,
This is why I
though,
don't like talking
I mean,
about.
to be honest,
This is why I don't like
Demon
talking
Slayer-
about it on Twitter. This
Demon
series
Slayer
at
fans
all.
are really sensitive. They know, you know the story. That's why I try not to say too much in this fan base, but just
Man.
appreciate what we got. But yeah, I mean, of course, we'll get into memories thread later. But I mean, to be honest, season 3, now in my opinion, though, has to be a very not so hyped season, but I still enjoyed it. Well, of course, we get to see the Upper Moon fight. Or at least we got like 8 episodes of action. So I mean, I don't see the problem with that. But like, I don't know. I just feel like the fight this time around, except for the Mitsuri, except for the final episode, actually, was actually kind of like not ufotable. Like, I mean, of course, everyone loves to compare to season 2, where we get to see that crazy moments like we saw from the final 2 episodes. But for this season 3, it's just like the fight. Even I had to say though, even the fight kind of felt kind of dry in some ways, especially with the Mitsuri. No, not Mitsuri, the Muichiro fight with Gyoko. That fight was like so like season 1. Like, to be honest, like nothing really stands out from it other than the mist effect. So I can understand why a lot of people say that season 3 may not be the strongest season, because like it's more like people are more like excited for the upcoming arc, not the current arc. Apparently, from what I've been told from manga readers, that they didn't really like Swordsman's Village arc that much compared to like the Entertainment District arc, and of course the upcoming arcs too. But not the Hashira arc, the arc after the Hashira training arc. So, yeah.
Isn't the 4th season covering a whole ass training?
Yeah,
arc?
I mean, I've been told that it could be
From
the
what
whole
I
season of
remember,
training.
from what I remember, from when I was reading the manga, I barely even fucking remember that training arc. But it was like,
I think
that was
people
a training arc. That was
I
something.
think people say that Ufotable will add some anime original stuff to it to prolong it to 12 episodes or 11 episodes or 10
Either
episodes.
that or
I
they're
mean,
gonna-
it's not
they're
surprising
gonna
because
stretch the hell out of it.
they pad the fuck out of everything in the Demon Slayer anime.
I mean,
which is-
it makes them.
I'm
It gives them
nothing
money.
against-
Okay?
Nothing against that, but it's just like I understand they're padding out to try to flesh things out, but that's just like unnecessary. It's not even. It's not like what I say beneficial. It's just kind of the way the fights
Money.
flows because of that. It just takes you away from the immersion of it. Like if when I want. As mixed as I am with shonen fights, when I want a engaging, action scene, lesser dialogue is better, and like only dialogue when it's needed. And Demon Slayer just tends to shove in dialogue whenever the fuck it wants, whenever, as much as they can. And I didn't feel like it was as much of an issue back in season 1, at least from what I remember, but it feels like ever since like that in the movie, like it's been a lot more than that, and it kind of takes you out of it. Now I know with season 2, like you can get past on it because it does have one of the more talked about fights in recent anime in all recent anime, for better or worse. But I just wish from what I remember, the manga doesn't really has those dialogues because that's how manga is. Like anime is supposed to be a thing where you just kind of trim down, make the experience a lot more free flowing, and don't have to just spoon feed the audience so much stuff unless for the stuff they need to know, like, and all that. So, and it drags. It just drags. It's just like, oh, okay, we're just seeing the whole. We know that the guy got cut. You don't need to hear that he got. We don't need to hear someone say he got cut, and so.
Yeah, I mean, you
It's
gotta
always
remember
the other
that this is also targeted for kids too, so they need to at least have some engagement with the kids.
It pisses
Yeah.
me off because my cousins came one time, visited, and all they wanted to watch was Demon Slayer, and I'm just like,
And exactly that, and that's why it's popular amongst
and
everyone.
I'm just like,
not-
and I'm just
I mean,
like,
of course.
damn.
I mean, for
I'm
someone
just
like,
like, damn, Doraemon was not good enough for you. I probably don't even know Doraemon.
I mean, to be honest, Doraemon is like back in the old days. A lot of people nowadays don't even watch it, other than like really young kids. So, I mean, to be honest, I can see why
So-
you're not too happy with the dragged out dialogue scenes, but I mean, looking at how the Japanese Twitter reacts to it, I guess like I always enjoy reading the comments. Some of them, I can see some of them said that is very well, how to say, not well written, but well directed in terms of how it really gives out some of the inner monologue to what the characters are thinking during the fight. I mean, of course, you just want to see them end the fight already and just move on, but. I mean, to be honest,
What?
the Gyoko one, at least the Gyoko died without having a fucking unrealistic
Oh, God.
flashback.
That
but
was great.
I'm
at
glad
least.
that didn't happen. But like I said, Demon Slayer, ever since the first season, ever since they found out that even kids watching it, I think they're starting to like try to like cater to more younger generations than us. People like us, like the more mature, older people here enjoying anime. Like, I mean, like kids, they enjoy a good dialogue moment. They enjoy seeing characters having some engagement with each other. So I think that's why they decide to go for that sort of direction. I mean, I'm not sure how the manga goes because I guess I didn't really bother reading after like chapter 80. So after that, I just gonna be anime only. But from what I can see though, like people saying that even in the manga, there's a lot of dialogue moments too. So maybe the author was thinking about everyone else rather than just us, the mature audience. But who knows? Maybe in season 4. Well, of course, season 4 is a training arc, so expect a lot of dialogue, which I'm not looking forward to. But I mean, I'm looking forward to season 5. We will have season 5. When it comes to like the final 2 arcs, apparently those final 2 arcs will be just nothing but fight. So I'm hoping for less talk, more fighting since till then. But for season 3, because like we don't really know much about Muchiro and Mitsuri, and of course the upper moons, I think that's why we have to give out some of these sort of dialogue moments here. But I mean, that's just me though, as a Demon Slayer fan, just like, seeing that way. But for I think, of course, I didn't really like season 3 as much as season 2. But season 3 though is more like giving us more of this sort of like not like shonen typical shonen moments, but more like just introducing us to like these new Hashiras so that we can like get behind them when it comes to the final fight. So yeah, I mean, hopefully we will be deliver some good content in the coming season. But for me though, season 3 is just like. It's just there for Demon Slayer fans just to get over this arc. So I feel like this arc is just like get over already and move on. Well, except for the final episode. That's it. Except for the final episode. That is the most iconic moment, not gonna lie. Kawaii?
It's so funny you say that they're gearing this towards kids because I feel like Demon Season 3 is probably like one of the bloodiest seasons that we've seen so far. With the amount of gore and dismemberment, like it still baffles my mind that this is so popular among kids.
I mean, I was
trust me.
I was working.
Trust me, kids. Japanese kids watch a lot of can watch
I was
quite a bit of
working a
pretty
convention. I
stuff.
was working a convention like last weekend, and I've seen kids cosplaying as Demon Slayer. So
But yeah, other than that,
When one day we see kids cosplaying as Guts,
oh
we're,
god,
we're in a new way.
I don't
Reno,
think
that's where
I don't think
society
we're going
fell
that
off.
far.
That's where society. That's when you know society's about to fall. Human society about to fall off. That's when you know.
okay.
Oh my gosh.
Kawaii,
But
your
yeah,
thoughts?
yeah. Other than that, I gotta say, I feel like season 3 is probably the weakest season of Demon Slayer for me, and I'm not sure if it's because like maybe it's because I'm 3 seasons deep into Demon Slayer already and already know what to expect, or maybe it's just because of like just how the events in this season are like structured. I just feel like there's like even with season 1, I feel like there's just more harder hitting moments. Nevertheless, I still did enjoy it. It's like it's pretty much more of like the great stuff that Demon Slayer has been known for. Like we got amazing fight scenes, we got Ufobo's trademark visuals and animation. We got great character development as well, especially for Mitsuri and Tokido. I mean, they got some great shine. And
I gotta lie though, I can't getting sick of saying animation this, animation that though. People hear it too much already. So during my review, I just keep on saying different, trying my best to think of something else. But yeah, continue. Sorry about that.
yeah, I mean, it's. I know. I probably shouldn't bring it up that much, but it's natural because you know it's affordable. That's one of the things that they are known for, and that's one of the things that Demon Slayer is known for. So yeah, I get where you come from. But yeah, like yeah, we got great character development for Mitsuri and Tokido. I will say though, I need to harken back to my criticism I had with the final episode because I know there's a lot of people that think that really enjoyed the final episode of Demon Slayer. However, I ranted about this in Memories Discord and on Twitter.
Don't even get me. Even though I knew what was going down, I didn't like it either. But this is what like I've been really disliking Demon Slayer. I'm not gonna just try to be mince my words about it. But that particular part with Nezuko, I'm just like, you really set up Nezuko. This is almost the Byakuya situation, but the Byakuya situation in Bleach was really unfortunate because of what Kubo apparently had to go through. And it's still, and the rest of the series worked. When Byakuya was supposed to die in Bleach, but he didn't because even though he was set up to be like that, Nezuko's case was like just very jarring because she supposedly sacrificed herself and then turns out to be alive in the same goddamn episode. I know it's a long premiere. I know it's basically a longer episode, but it's just like, what? And the reasoning for it, I don't like. I don't like it at all. That the reason that she survived is because she turns out to be one of a rare mutant due to Muzan's because Muzan was going around just clapping everyone with attention to see if one of them would turn out to be a superior gene, have a superior mutation of sorts. But it bothers me even more when I get a bit of Muzan's background and like how he had a disease. Then it turns out like he turns to a demon, but he's like weak to sunlight. And apparently, what he was searching for that turned him into the demon was the very thing that could cure his vulnerability to sunlight. How is it that the very same fucking ingredient that gave you the weakness can take away that weakness? What the fuck is that supposed? And so what the? I don't know how you explain that shit properly. And the whole, and it goes back to like how cheesily how rigged this felt. And all of a sudden Nezuko is that hallelujah moment for him. Now this just makes Muzan's you know, prowessness as a villain, a lot more cornier. I would say I'm sorry, it just seems so pathetic to me that his motives are just like that, just from the flashback we got of him. And I just didn't like it was such a cop out considering that it would have been a great way for Tanjiro's character because he was fighting all that time to protect his sister. Now that his sister would be gone, if it was to be gone, how is he gonna move on and fight? This is how this could have been maybe akin to what Thorfinn went through when he lost the the person for which he had his motives around, and when he's gone, like he's happy show, like what did you do then? And that development was great, but for them to just cop out like that, and to just have this, and to just insert that sort of plot point of how Nezuko supposedly conquers the sun. This whole inconsistency with demons and the sun, and their vulnerability to sunlight, and somehow not so vulnerable to sunlight, it's always just befuddling. There's just so much, just plot inconsistencies here and there. Like I know sometimes, like any story can have a plot inconsistency or two, but Demon Slayers, when they show it, kind of sticks out, and here it sticks out for me. A lot of personally to where like I cannot stay quiet about it.
Yeah, I mostly agree with you, Ryu, because so for those of you who haven't seen my post about on Twitter, when Nezuko first kicked Tanjiro, I was like, bro, what the hell? Like, why did you wait so long to decide? Because it's it's your sister over a bunch of villagers. Like I get you want to help somebody and you're indecisive, but you gotta. You can't save everyone. So I thought there was going to be some type of they're going to explore that theme in some type of way. Despite how Tanjiro is, how heroic Tanjiro wants to be, he can't just save everyone. But then I realized, okay, if he were to just take his... Eventually I realized that if he were to just take Nezuko and run, he would leave the villagers to die, and the other demon, the fear demon, would eventually rejuvenate his strength and all his progress would be pretty much reset. So that's when I started to accept Nezuko's sacrifice, her demise, and I felt genuinely bad for that, because I thought those flashbacks, those montages of all of Nezuko's past experience with Tanjiro, all the time they spent together, I thought that really hit me, because Nezuko was probably one of my favorite characters, and still is probably one of my favorite characters in the series. However, it was then revealed that not only did Nezuko survive, but the sun, but she can now speak. Because I remember when they revealed Nezuko again, after they revealed that she is not dead, I was like, wait, her muzzle is off. So is she still a demon now? Or she's
basically an X-Men. That's what happened.
Is she still a demon, or is she human now? Is she cured of her demonness? But then it was revealed that she's still a demon. I was like, fucking Christ. So yeah, basically the thing that was supposed to kill Nezuko not only didn't kill her, but it gave her speech. So it basically gave her an upgrade. So I was like,
I wouldn't say the sun itself gave her the upgrade, but it's more like her body morphed.
Yeah, it was more like her body
to adapt, and and she got upgrade because of that. But it's still.
So it was fucking really hell. Weird. Give me my emotions back, Demon Slayer. Come on. So now that begs the question, okay, is there really even a point in turning Nezuko back into human anymore? Because I guess maybe she'll still crave human flesh, so I guess maybe that's a problem, but I don't know. It's at this point, there's probably more, there's more pros than cons, because now that she can survive in the sunlight and all that, now she has all these crazy powers.
So nothing was basically sacrificed. It just
pretty much
the whole freaking high stakes was just all a ruse. There's none, and yeah, it was such a cop out considering how they set it up, and even like I would have, I tried to look. I like as cynical as I may be, I was trying to see like, oh, maybe there was a slimmer reason why. No, I mean, the fact that this is what they decided to choose instead of like, because I've always felt. No, maybe it's just me. I've always felt like, Nezuko may have, may have at one point, be set to, die at some point. Maybe that's how I felt. I mean, I'm not saying anyone else needs to feel like that way, but it's just like, oh, because she's the one that Taji was devoting all his endeavors to protect. That's why he's doing all this to become a demon slayer. That and then try to get her back to normal. And so you would have to feel like for the show to really get interesting, Nezuko would have to be put in a very mortal as a mortal situation, and that was a chance they had, and they didn't follow up with it. I didn't like how that went. And it was just cheap. It was just cheap emotional bait, basically, and it's just like, yeah, sure, maybe that's what they intended, to just make it an emotional roller coaster, but that's not how you do a good emotional roller coaster.
I
in my
guess
opinion.
I guess the point of that flashback of those like montages was basically to like, I guess, depict Tanjiro's thoughts in that instance, the possibility of him losing his sister, but it's like, you know what, there's a better way that you could have done that. Like, there's a better, like, I'm still not entirely sure that was necessary, because you're also like affecting the audience as well with that.
I'm not against flashbacks in general.
Yeah.
I just don't like how they're used in a way that's just cheap. Just put it out there, just set them up, bait them up, and all that. There's a good, yes, you can do a good set up in a good way, but this is definitely not a good way considering what happens. That she's fine, no repercussions, I guess, and she can talk. I mean, well, still talks like a baby, but still, I didn't like. I just personally did not agree with how that turned out, and I don't think at this point. I'm not so sure if the writing, sure they may kill people later on, but how much will it matter? Will it, is it just for drug value? Is it just just because like the author suddenly decides to just start killing people to just make it more interesting and more high stakes, or is it just trying to make it a lot more of an emotional manipulation of sorts? And I don't know, I mean, it'll depend like on how the anime will depict things, because the anime just doesn't really know how to not drag things out at least as of the recent seasons, in my opinion.
Yeah, I will say, like, it does there are quite a few moments I feel dragged out. I mean, speaking of which, I feel like this season is like the most amount of backstories we've ever gotten for like a single season of Demon Slayer, for like a single arc. Because, okay, let's see, we got Genya's backstory, we got Tokido's backstory, we got Mitsuru's backstory, we got Muzan's backstory, and I guess if you can count it, we got the Fear Demon's backstory as well. I mean, I guess like a glimpse of
I would have to think Muzan will get more flashbacks.
Yeah, he'll definitely get more. Yeah,
he's
is the main bad guy. So yeah, I just think that's kind of crazy. But yeah, other than that, overall, Demon Slayer, Swordsmith Village. I mean, aside from that really big criticism, I still enjoyed this arc to a degree. Like Matt said, not as good as season 2, not as good as Entertainment District arc. I think, in my opinion, that's still probably my favorite arc so far. But of course that could change, because we still got a lot of Demon Slayer left. But yeah, that's pretty much my thoughts so far. Memory, what do you think? Shall we get rid of
It's definitely I'm kind of on the same page. It's I would say my least favorite season. Well, actually, I don't know if anybody said it was their least favorite season, but at least compared to the previous season. But I would say it's my least favorite entry in the series, for sure. I don't know. I wasn't like, I don't know. I did like the Mitsuri stuff, I will say. That was kind of some content that I did like. The Muchiro backstory, I don't know. It's just like a certain formula they which I guess that's kind of probably why I like Mitsuri's, because I guess it was a little different. Now, I'm not saying the backstory is one of like the greatest backstories ever, but still, it was something, in my eyes at least, it was something like pretty refreshing. I feel like it's just something that Demon Slayer like always resorts to, is like someone in your family being fucked up, or your family gets killed. Whether it's like, you know, your family's poor or whatever the heck, like, or your family, like you had shit parents, like it's, which I get it. Like, I'm not expecting a series like this to have like, you know, the most complex backstories or something like that. But I feel like it's still, I sometimes it just feels like, oh, they're not even like trying to do something different. I don't know.
That's pretty much what you said in your tweet too.
Yeah. For those who don't know, like that Memory commented about that on Twitter, and that landed him in hot water in the Demon Slayer fandom. However, it also like ended up being like one of his most popular tweets, because last time I checked, it had like over 3,000 likes and like probably hundreds of retweets.
The good thing for Memory is that it just proves that how sensitive a fandom like that is. It will. I've already mentioned
Twitter,
the whole shit. I've already mentioned the whole shit with a certain.
It's already the fandom in general, but like, especially how Twitter is. It's like
I've already mentioned or kind of alluded to a certain notion of called fandom blowing up just because of that. But imagine the shonen fandom getting something like that in their series. I can only imagine how much fucking chaos that would be. Like, if that was considered bad, I can only think about.
Oh, it's our other favorite Aussie.
Hey, what's up?
Yo.
Long time no see.
I'm just you know, kind of.
We were just. I think we're just about to finish Demon Slayer season 3 apparently.
Like how?
So you're just about to finish? Wow, that was a quick podcast.
I said Demon Slayer.
I know you did.
Like, I'm just surprised how Memory reacted when he just saw all the notifications on Twitter. Like, what the hell happened here?
Oh, it was nonstop. It was not like I couldn't even just like normally like look at my phone, because I would see something and I'm like, I want to reply to this person so bad or say something to this person so bad. Which, you know, I did reply. I did reply to a lot of people, but the people I was trolling some people, I will admit, but some people are just being assholes. So I'm like, okay, I'm gonna troll them. But the people that were genuinely like giving like, you know, disagreeing maybe with me or agreeing with me, and then giving like a reason, like a civil like reason why they agreed or disagreed. Like, that's when I was having actual like normal conversations with people about it. So it wasn't all bad. Like, there was some good conversation that came out of it, but there was a lot of like the negative stuff is gonna, you know, pop up more. Is gonna probably like more people are gonna see that or latch onto that. So I mean, that was the thing. It was you know, I never said anything about hating. Like, I don't even hate this season. I said it's my least favorite season of the series so far, but I don't even hate it. I never said I hated the series at all. But people seem to think, which a lot of those people don't know me. You know, you guys in here know me, and my other friends know me, and people who have been following me know me. So they know that I don't hate the series. But all these people that don't know me, they took that tweet as like, oh, this guy's just a hater. Like, you would think with how they were talking about me, like my whole page was just centered around Demon Slayer hate. But that was like not the case, obviously.
It's so funny because Memory's tweet wasn't even that like inflammatory. Like, it was just pointing out. I could have
said something. I could have said way worse.
Exactly.
I could have said way worse.
Memory.
But that was what set him off. But I understand. It's Twitter. It's the Demon Slayer fandom.
It's Twitter. That's all you need to say. It's like, it's Twitter.
It's fucking Twitter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Remember, you should know that because Demon Slayer fans are just getting too frustrated over a lot of people just saying shit about it because, well, about all these criticism, especially for what people been saying, like what I've been saying lately, is the animation and this and that, and people weren't too much of a fan of plot. So I think because of all this sort of criticism on social media, especially on like Twitter in this case, they just just had enough of these people talking shit and they just want to attack people. So I mean, this is why I try my best not to say too much negative. I mean, to be honest though, I agree with you with the whole. Oh yeah, his whole family got killed. His brother got killed by a demon. Blah blah blah. I was like, okay.
Yeah,
I mean, at least mystery story is more the original. But
yeah,
I gotta say, I mean, to be honest though, I can somehow see why they have to go with the whole Muichiro family got killed by the demon thing, because like they have to set up his emotionless emotions until he regains memories. They had to try at least give him some sort of tragic background. I mean, to be honest though, if his parents dying in the most unfortunate way, which is kind of stupid to me. Well, except for the father one was stupid, but the mom was like unfortunate. But I mean, that will be enough of a backstory. But throwing a demon in, like, okay,
No,
I mean,
it
at
is
least
called Demon Slayer. Like,
yeah, I mean, they might as well just like give him some
that's what people say
fight.
though. That's what a lot of people were saying. They were like, it's called Demon Slayer. Like, what else do you expect them to like? Why else would they join the Demon Slayer corps? I'm like, you're telling me that's the, I don't know. Like, I'm not a freaking author. That's not my job. It's not on me to decide how to write a character. Like they're the ones who do this for a living. Like, right? Like, it should be like, yeah, they don't have to do that, obviously, but that doesn't mean it's not like subject to criticism. It's just like,
Exactly.
I don't know. I feel like there's other ways to go about developing characters, or like, than just. And if it's like, okay, if it's limited in what it can do because of how the structure of the series is, then that's like something you could criticize as well. Like, okay, maybe there's just like that was always going to be a thing, and I find that a problem, but it is what it is.
I mean, at least you're popular now, I guess, for Demon Slayer in a different way.
Like I said, there's no such thing as bad controversy.
Yeah,
I mean,
but
also,
overall, it was like okay. The season was okay to me. I wasn't a fan of the antagonist really at all for this season either.
No, the antagonist is kind of weak.
Yeah.
To be honest.
We had antagonists.
Well, yeah, those
we call those.
Well, if you want to put it like that, I mean,
antagonists.
To be honest, though, any of the Akatsuki's in Naruto can whoop the floor with them. So,
Okay,
to be honest,
Naruto is a whole different ball game there.
I'm still surprised they're Upper Moon. Like they're Upper Moon for goddamn, and the way they fight, dude. Gyoko is much stronger than those two, in my opinion. And so.
Well, I haven't finished Demon Slayer yet. I'm way behind.
Season 3, like I said, a lot of people say that season 3 is just like a wash-off season. They just want to like get over with, have that cliffhanger ending with Nezuko, and move on to the better arc. Apparently, well, not the Hashira training arc.
Which is funny because weren't they saying at first that this arc was a good arc, like, and all that, and like they were hyping up.
I think that was like last year before before some people got impatient and started reading the manga, and people like realized how unfortunate that this is a very like just an arc that just get rid of the 2 Upper Moon and then we focus on the top 3, which will be the arc after the Hashira training arc, which will be season 5. So a lot of people just call it a good arc because they haven't like seen what's the arc coming after that. So I mean, to be honest though, like I can understand the criticism for this season. I mean, to be honest, the final episode, you can, except for the fact that my video got copyrighted, which is sad to be honest. But by Andy Blacks, not copyright strike, but copyright blocked because of the scenes from Nezuko. Because oh my god, but yeah, I to be honest, I can understand why Kawaii, why you say something like Nezuko, emotional moment was really too overdone. Because like I feel like it's kind of overdone. Like I mean, Tanjiro could have just like used Zenitsu's speed and just catch up to him, and rather than hugging Nezuko like that. Like, I mean, could have done that easy. I mean, he was like talking to himself, like, "Well, should I do this? Should I do that? Should I do this? Should I do that?" I was like, just do one thing, come back to Nezuko, and just end. I mean, they have to create emotions, man. They just have to create emotion. I mean, it's overdone, but I mean, the only thing that really got me feeling for that moment is the OST. That's it.
Yeah,
the
OST is good at least.
The OST was the only reason why that I felt the emotion. But if there's like literally no OST in that moment, I just felt annoyed with Tanjiro. Immaturity, to be honest.
That was.
I mean, he was protecting. I get it. He wanted to protect his sister. Yes, from the sunlight, but. Whatever,
I think like my problem wasn't even so much like the Nezuko thing. I mean, in my head, I was like, the author doesn't have the guts to kill off someone like Nezuko. Like, it is like, so in my head, while I was watching it the whole time, I was like, this isn't gonna happen. Like, okay, whatever. Like, I just don't see it happening. So that was like literally going through my head the whole time. But what was bothering me the most was like how it felt like they were trying to get across like Tanjiro's mindset. Like, it felt like it was dragged out for so long. Like, it felt like I was literally sitting there for 10 minutes listening to him have this dilemma in his head. And I was I was literally watching it, and I'm just like, I want to put this on 2x speed so bad. I really do, but I didn't.
I see where everyone's coming from, because in a way, didn't he already go through all this sort of stuff like last season? And now it feels like he's like being like, well, what's the word? Like he's just forgotten everything he's learned last season, and he's doing it again. Is it?
Did it?
Do you guys see that as well?
I feel like I think maybe this was like the most drastic moment, but like there has been instances before where like I see what you're saying, where he's been like kind of having this mental like dilemma before, where he's kind of like going back and forth in his head about like, oh, should I do this or do that, and then he like makes a decision, and then like it kind of happens again and again. So I do see what you're saying. I do. This moment in particular was probably like the most drastic because it was Nezuko, and because like she probably like could have died, or in his mind he thought like, oh, that was it. But yeah, I see what you're saying with that for sure.
I kind of expected Nezuko to, I guess become human again. Like I said, I haven't finished the season yet, but like I was kind of expecting it like later on, like maybe in like season. What season are we up to? 4, 5?
4.
The next season's 4.
Yeah, I was kind of expecting it, later on. Like, I wasn't expecting it, like, this soon, sort of way, because I was thinking, oh, we have to defeat, Michael Jackson, the Michael Jackson Demon Slayer, Demon, for her to get better, but that doesn't seem to be the case, so, yeah, I don't know.
Well, I mean, the only good thing about the ending is, the only good thing about the finale is that no one died. Happy days.
Except for the demons. Except for the demons.
Come on,
I
we
will
all
say
know
though, it was refreshing. It was kind of refreshing, to with the Inosuke and Zenitsu being out of the picture. It was a little like
I was about to say, by the way,
yeah,
Inosuke and Zenitsu is out of the picture
honestly.
For once. So I mean, of course, Inosuke fans, Zenitsu fans are not happy about it. Blah blah blah. Suck it up, guys. They're gonna have more screen time next season. So, I mean, to be honest though, like this season is just like a wash off, in my opinion, just to get out of the way. I mean, I enjoyed it. Don't get me wrong. Well, especially for content wise, but I mean, of course, you can say now we're looking forward to season 4, which apparently from rumors saying that could be out in the winter season next year. So. Yeah, I mean, rumors saying that could be out in the winter season next year because Ufotable the only.
Well, it definitely sounds like they're going to, animate like everything. So the entire manga is going to be animated at some point.
I think at this point, Ufotable just want to get Demon Slayer done as soon as possible so that they can move on to other projects.
Well, it's not like they're going to go back to Fate or anything because they're
they have Genshin Impact to innovate.
That's true.
Who cares about Genshin?
Nobody cares about Genshin. I heard from leaks that the Genshin impacts. I heard from some reliable leaks that the Genshin Impact anime are going to look really like ridiculously good. Like it's actually going to be one.
Oh,
I've actually
yeah,
heard that it could be on par with even some of the Fate anime even, which is
probably.
kind of say
We'll have to see it to believe
I
it.
would not doubt that honestly. I would not.
I mean, the Genshin Impact is literally one of the most played game in the world right now, and they have to give it the respect it deserves. So,
True.
I mean, of course, they won't do the whole God Eater situation. I don't like that. I don't like that adaptation, to be honest. But
Oh, that was terrible.
that was terrible. Not gonna lie, that was terrible. Even though the animation looks good, but it's terrible. But let's just say, I think because you're forcible at this point to say, you know what, we've been working on Demon Slayer for 4 years already. We might as well try to get it done quickly so that we can move on to other projects. And of course, you can say they have 2 projects in line. They have Genshin Impact. They also got the Mahoski thing, the mage thing, or whatever it's called again. And of course, Oliver, I don't think they'll go back to Fate. I think they're done with Fate at
Yeah,
this point.
they've clearly
done
said
with
that
Fate at
they
this
don't
point.
want to do more Fate.
As much as I want them to readapt the Fate route, but that is
Everyone-
not happening.
Everyone
That's
wants
not
that.
happening.
Though. Everyone
That's
wants
not
the
happening.
original Fate route to be adapted by them, but it's not going to happen.
It's not gonna
It's
happen.
not gonna happen. They're done with Fate. Let the other studio work on Fate, like Fate String Fate, which is coming out next year, hopefully. But
Hype.
yeah, let's just end it.
I mean, they're done with Fate, but it doesn't mean they won't go to any other type moon.
Yeah, like the
work to-
Mahoski thing I just mentioned. So
Or like
Yeah.
Tsukihime.
No, they're not going to do Suki.
Oh, okay,
man.
never
They're
mind.
not going to do.
Okay,
They
never
might.
mind.
Well, I
They're not going
hope
to.
they may one day. I mean, the hope's still kind of there, considering what they did for the
English
trailer.
version for the game just releasing. Okay, they just start releasing the English version for the game. So
But yeah, other than
soon.
that, any final thoughts on Demon Slayer? Or are you guys
No.
gonna move on? Oliver?
No,
No,
not
that-
really.
We can move
It's a
on.
good
We
season.
talked long enough.
That's
Okay.
it. It's a good season.
All right, next up on the list is oh boy, Hell's
I can
get into
Paradise.
I can definitely get into this. I can
Woo,
say
boy, I know you guys
the
have some
first
real
half-
spicy thoughts.
the first half of the season was decent, and then the second half just felt kind of like forced. I mean, let's just get into it already.
Huh?
We'll get to that.
Are we using any list or are we using?
Oh,
Yeah,
we're
yeah,
using
yeah.
any chart actually.
Can you chart?
Okay. Sorry, I was on my anime list. No, that's
Yeah.
my fault.
Yeah, real account got banned, so we won't be using that.
Well,
so.
my IP got indefinitely, banned, and I'm trying
That was
to.
weird. Yeah, that was weird. I don't know why
I-
that happened.
Yeah, we'll not get into that again. But
Yeah. All right. Sorry.
yeah, Hell's Paradise, Mappa Studio.
Yeah, I didn't watch it.
Okay, Mappa Studio. What are you guys doing with this adaptation? Like,
This was. I'm just gonna say this right now. This was sacrificed for Vinland Saga and Jujutsu Kaisen. I'm not hearing any other excuses for that. This is not. I don't care. Like, regardless of how I feel about Source 2 and the anime stuff, this did not deserve the sort of treatment. This was basically sacrificed.
I saw a manga comparison on TikTok, and damn, manga looks so much better. Holy shit!
No, yeah. At least the manga actually has some worth to read because the art was a lot more striking. There's a lot more that can really stand out, and the anime just looks ugly. I'm sorry. It's just. I hate this because there's some people that are just still defending it. Although the defense started going down, the defense started lowering once the second half came along. It's like, oh yeah,
Exactly right.
oh yeah, now you fucking realized how much of a piece of crap that was. It was literally like turd. It was Hell's Paradise. Yeah, that was definitely hell for the production. That's for sure.
Yeah, it didn't. It feels like it definitely did not get. Like, you can tell what the prioritization, for the resources are for sure.
Like there's some
'Cause,
small little nice looking cuts, but a broken clock right twice a day, but you don't fucking want one, right?
I mean, to be honest,
listen.
even JC Stack can do better animation, but Mappa had for this anime. So
I don't know. I don't know about that. I mean, they've
no, sorry, man. Like some of the
like
fight scenes, some of the fight scene looks so like I don't know. It just felt
Imagine
underwhelming.
if Dean animated this.
oh god, don't even. Oh god, let's not go there.
Would there be anything to animate? Will there be even like? Will you be able to even see anything? It will be just like pixelated and all that.
Just
so,
slideshows.
To be honest though, like some of the moments in this season in this anime, it's supposed to be horrifying. I just felt very gimmicky.
And it just looked. It just looks so corny. There was one point where it was trying to look like intimidating, and it just looked like a fucking TikTok. It's something you put on TikTok and you just mock that. That's how bad it was.
It was, to be honest. It was literally trending.
I'm sorry to y'all who watch who are fans of. Sorry, your adaptation sucks donkey balls. I'm sorry. That's how it is. Like even at least with Demon Slayer, at least we can get something out of it on a visual experience. But your series is just. I don't know what the fuck that came out of it. It was troubling because it was. We knew it was not gonna turn out well, based on like a lot of things that happened. Like they kept showing the same fucking trailer, but they advertised as different trailers over and over with some new scenes here and there. There's a lot of talk about, they haven't really been caught up with production and such. They even had to have a delay there, which they excuse as because of a tennis event or some shit. Yeah. I'm not buying that. I wasn't buying that one. When they delayed it.
Well, yeah, of course you got the animation, but when I start like asking questions why this is above like now Oshinoko during the early month of the anime trending, there are fans coming out and say that Hell's Paradise is like one of the best written story. It's literally Suicide Squad. It's literally Suicide Squad, but just weird in terms of how they had to deal with this. I mean, of course, they got the whole Tengens to deal with the villain of the series, and they're literally immortals. But God, like some of the Tengens felt like, I don't know, this doesn't really feel like a villain. They just feel like a bunch of assholes. So
I didn't care about any of those damn. And let's forget about the animation. Let's just talk about how they handle these characters too. How they try to handle Gabimaru and like Sagiri.
I totally forgot about Gabimaru. If Gabimaru is
that's not good. That's not good if you already forgot about him.
I totally forgot. Like Gabimaru, like supposed to be iconic, but I just like
So aside from the possible good writing that he might not really have a wife. No, I'm pretty sure it's a fake out. You'd have to think that's more or less a fake out, and he actually does. But the way they handle him, they just like it's just pressing. Both also with Sagiri too, with literally all the characters except Ryuzuha, because she's a gag character in my opinion. But that they try to force this whole thing, these whole backstories. Like we're supposed to build something for them, but they do it in such a flat way. Just like, okay, but we're trying to get to know we barely even got to know these characters, and all of a sudden you want us to feel bad about them. Like we want us to feel like we got them situation, and the timing is like too impeccable in a lot of these situations. And so it's just like, how am I supposed to fucking care? How am I supposed to fucking care if you're just gonna show me like, how do you describe this? Like, you're just gonna show me you're just gonna have to spoon feed me what their thing and not let me experience how they are in the present, so what I get from them in terms of their backgrounds will be a lot more fruitful. Like, if they should have been. I feel like when they do backstories for Hell Paradise, it should have been done in a way where it was more properly timed and not something where we're supposed to feel for something like that right off the bat. Like let us like get a gist of what they are before you just dump it on us like that. You know what I'm just saying?
Mm-hmm.
So it's hard to get attached to them when you're doing it like that. In my opinion, man.
I'm gonna be honest. For me, I don't care about one character in this series
Oh, I don't.
at
I
all.
do not blame you.
Like,
I don't blame you at all, man. Well, except for Sagiri, but that's it.
I
That's
really,
that's
I
it.
really wanted to like. I tried, man. There wasn't anyone. I couldn't even sit here and tell you that there was one character I like that they made me generally like care about. And I don't know if that's an anime problem, because I have heard, we've kind of talked about it a little bit, but I've heard from manga readers as well, like that it's an anime thing that like a lot of these problems that I guess there are with it. So
It's an anime thing.
yeah, that like the way they're handling the material, I guess, because before this even came out, I heard really good things about the manga, and that's why I was gonna drop this. I honestly was gonna drop it. Like, I don't even know how many episodes I was in, 4 or 5, maybe somewhere around the halfway point, and I was like highly considering dropping it. And I was like, in my head, I was like, keep just holding on, essentially, because of these good things you've heard. That was really what was like having me push on the whole time.
Waste of time.
Yeah, and it was a waste of time. It really was. So like the anime, like, despite what I've heard like about the manga being a lot better and whatnot, and the anime mishandling like some things and just not getting it across the way it should come across, I guess. Like, I don't even know if I want to read the manga. I'm gonna be honest, because the thing that I guess I cared about the most in this series, like despite like maybe the music or like the OP or something, like which is like kind of crazy, like, oh, just the OP, but like the mystery, I guess, behind like the island and whatnot, and like what surrounds that, I guess, would be like the thing that interests me the most about this series, because it damn sure wasn't the characters for me personally, which is just not a good sign. Like there wasn't anything to like for me to even like grasp on, like, so I don't even know if I want to read the manga, to be honest, because I feel like even if I like did want to read the manga, there would still be something. I feel like there should still be something here that I would be like, okay, like I kind of like this a little bit, but like maybe I'll like it even more in the manga. But there isn't even that, like, literally, which is just, it was a big disappointment for me because of everything I had heard, the good things I've heard, even when it was still going, like when it was still like publishing weekly. I was always hearing good things about it, and it finally comes out, and it just laid a big pile of poo.
No.
A
Yeah,
goose
you
egg.
even wrote poo on Twitter.
Yeah, Andy
What?
Pod, it's pretty much like the same story for you, right? You pretty much like just kept watching because of the hype you heard. And
Yeah,
all that.
for two reasons: for the hype, but also if I completed it, I can review it and give it a better review, and just to tease the fandom a bit.
How
So
did it
that
feel
was-
watching it to the very end? It still
I don't
baffles
know.
me.
Like I am famous for dropping animes, right? And I didn't
Exactly.
drop this. That is really weird. But it was on a Saturday. I'm off on Saturdays. I don't have anything else to do because I don't have a life. So I might as well sit down and watch this. I completed it. I give it 4 out of 10.
Wow.
I didn't care for any of the characters that you say. People were criticizing me for saying, "Oh, well, you don't like Sagiri, but she's gonna improve." Just. But no, I didn't care for Sagiri. I didn't care for any of the girls, none of the characters, and the moments that were supposed to be emotional and sad, they were not emotional and sad. For example, there was.
Yeah.
I'm very bad with names now, but there was an episode where there was this guy who was like the guard of the little girl that everyone thought was a boy first, if you know who.
Oh
I
yeah,
mean.
nerd guy.
Oh, the whole gender thing is so unsettling, to be honest.
But he died, right, because he was saving her, and his
Yeah.
his master had to protect her instead. But I read comments, people were like super sad about it, but I was like, and especially when he was punching the monster in the face like that, I was like, oh god, ugh. I just face
No,
palmed
I
that.
was thinking about this, and I can't help but think of how the monsters were looking like.
Yeah. So
I
I
don't
said
even
like,
want to describe it. That's how disgusting it was.
yeah. So I said like this, and even like that little girl, when she was supposed to be super devastated that he died, it kind of looked like she was a tsundere instead in the animation, because she was like this, like back on him.
Oh, that.
And I was like, no, this is not working for me. Yeah. This was maybe the most overrated show this season. I do not understand. Maybe the manga is better, as people say, but the anime was just a big disappointment for me. So I think that's really what I can say. I don't have much positive things to say
The
about
fact that
this
it's
one.
80% that really baffles me.
That's
Yeah.
great.
Yeah,
That's copium.
I'm really
That's copium.
surprised by
It's
that.
The copium that's gonna come is with like the part 2 supposedly. Oh, it's gonna be better. No, it's not gonna be better. Shut up, please.
Yeah, that's what they say. Oh, the story can improve. Well,
The fact that this
Maybe-
got a season 2 other than Chainsaw Man.
that's
Well, it
because
was
I
gonna
would-
get 24 It was gonna get 2 cores. I mean, inevitable. It was actually told before, but it was just like,
but,
yeah, I'm
yeah.
just like,
So
Yeah.
I would-
Maybe
when-
it did so badly they decided to drop the second half.
Yeah, but the
oh,
thing
yeah,
is that
man.
I was like just before I was gonna watch the last episode, I was like, thank God this is over. And then you see, oh, season 2. Oh, I don't want to watch season 2.
Yeah,
So-
I think
And
at
it
this
was
point
Batman
I'm
as
just gonna
well.
make like YouTube shorts for season 2 instead, and just a whole ass reaction. I'll just
They
And
should
what's
have.
more, this was Mappa. They know.
They should have
better.
just canceled that shit.
Yeah,
I'm
right.
sorry. They that's
It's,
what
it's
they should
sad
have
that
done.
this used to be the same studio that did Attack on Titan.
I mean, they're still doing Attack on
And-
Titan.
Well, Attack on Titan wasn't the best looking name they have. To
I
be
know,
fair.
but still, like in comparison, like they really dropped the ball then because maybe they
Oh
should
no, you
have
can tell where their priorities,
Yeah.
are.
Jujutsu Kaisen. Why? I don't
And
even know why. You know why they want money?
Like
So they
that.
just-
That just makes me think. Like I'm just like, thank goodness that a lot of the core staff carried over still for Vinland Saga, because I don't even want to think about like if it got some kind of adaptation like this. Like holy shit.
I would have.
Yeah.
I would have fucking. I would have been fucking mad.
Vinland Saga got the Promised Neverland season 2 instead.
Oh, if that had.
Oh God.
I don't even know
Poor
what I would be
fans.
doing. I don't even know what I'd do. Oh man, thank God it didn't turn out that way for Vinland Saga. But damn, I do feel sorry for. I do feel sorry for the Hell's Paradise fandom though. They
tried
as much as I
They
don't
tried.
like the
tried.
manga myself, I don't think it is deserved a treatment as an anime adaptation wise like that. It should not. It doesn't. That there's no way that should have happened.
To be honest, though, the Vinland Saga, I mean, the fan base for Hell's Paradise, they tried. They really tried, man. They really tried to defend this anime as much as possible. They even like go as far as saying that, oh yeah, this is just the mediocre part. The best part comes in part 2. I say, yeah, it's because part 1 is so bad. No, I don't think a lot of people will be excited for part 2. So, so suck
And that's
to be-
exactly what happened.
But still, though, like Hell's Paradise, as much as I enjoyed the first 4 episodes or 5 episodes, I don't know. I just felt like a chore just around the second half where I just had to force to make a reaction. Well, except for one episode where one of the guy that oh well, so spoiler alert, died. That was at least the most decent episode, I guess, in the second half. But then after that, just felt very forced in terms of like some of the action scenes. Well, the Gabimaru fight was just there, to be honest.
Right.
To be honest, so that's why, like, I mean, to be honest though, when you guys watch my video, I look like I'm enjoying it. No, that was just me just putting on a
Yeah,
face.
yeah. I will
try
never,
not to get cancelled by the fans. So
Yeah, I will never. Ever
I
forget
remember trying to react to those, and I'm just like for just the heaven and hell sort of the gig, and I just gave up on that. I was not into that fucking shit at all anymore.
It will ruin the algorithm if you dislike it. So, but I'm never gonna forget your faraway paladin reactions. There's almost very similar.
Oh, season 2 is coming out in fall season.
Cringe.
Anyway, this is why am I talking about Fire Paladin right now? Let's not talk about that.
yeah.
Okay.
It was very similar.
Let's just end it here, man. I just want to talk to something nice now.
Just want to get my final thoughts before we move on. I don't think it's as bad as people say. Like, no, don't get me wrong. It's not. Hell's Paradise is not my favorite show this season. It's fun. It's not one of my favorites. And I don't think it's one of the best Mappa anime there is. But like, I still found some enjoyment out of it because I do like the characters, especially Sagiri and Yuzuriha. I feel like I think I like Yuzuriha more actually. Like, cause I know like in the beginning I was more towards Sagiri, but then as the series progressed, I started becoming more and more attached to Yuzuriha. Of course, that Rie Takahashi's voice acting definitely helped in that regard. And yes, the animation it could be better, even for Mappa. Like Mappa can do a lot better than what we got. But it's still like the action scenes. I still think they were pretty good. I still found some enjoyment out of the action scenes, even though they could have definitely been better. So yeah, just want to keep my thoughts short. Overall, like it's not that bad in my opinion. Like I wouldn't be excited for a part 2, but like I wouldn't mind like watching a part 2 either, because like because like you guys said also, there are some interesting things regarding the island as well that really intrigued me. Like there's a lot of interesting aspects and mysteries surrounding this island that really intrigued me. And of course there's also the mystery behind, is Gabimaru's wife actually real? Like does he actually have a wife, or is this shinobi brainwashing? Who knows? Yeah, that's pretty much like the only positives I could say about Hell's Paradise. Everything else is just like kind of meh to me. It doesn't really grab me as much as many of the other shows in the spring season. Yeah, but that's pretty much it. Are we ready to move on to this show?
Yeah.
Probably one of the most talked about shows. This
Oh,
still
yeah.
one of the most talked about
Oshinoko.
series. Yeah,
Finally some good
Oshinoko.
shit. Finally some good
This
shit.
is
Okay.
all you guys because
Yeah, this is all you guys. Go ahead.
Okay, so you go first or I go first?
You go ahead, man.
Okay, so Oshinoko. To be honest, though, I already was hyped for Oshinoko before the anime even came out, because like I watched the stage talk shows. I watched the trailer, and of course I didn't mention this in my video, but I actually went to the cinema to watch the first episode. I did not say in the first episode so people don't get canceled, but I actually saw the first episode of Shinoko, and not gonna lie to you, I actually almost cried at the end. I don't usually cry that easily, and sometimes I use the crying word just to get people clicking on my video, but this one though is just wow, emotional damage. I mean, of course, like Akka doesn't really want Ai to be the main girl. She wanted the twins to be the main focus, but
That obviously
God damn it.
failed. That completely
God
failed.
damn it!
Then.
Like seriously, you had to do that. You had to do that to Ai, man. She was literally the best character of the first.
And also maybe if you wanted, and again I haven't watched it, but maybe don't go for like in terms of voice acting, go for like one of the best, voice actresses around to voice a bit part essentially.
The funny thing is though that Takaki Ri was actually going for Ruby's voice, but
And
she passed.
No,
She-
I think she
Oh,
was going
she's-
for Akane's voice.
Well, I think it was Akane and Ruby's voice, but she passed the Ai's voice.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
yeah, she literally loved it because I watched the Seiyu talk show. She was actually really passionate about this project, the Oshinoko project, but sadly enough, she has been chosen to voice a one-hit character, a one-hit character that is so popular out of all the characters in this show. But yeah, Oshinoko.
There was a very daring move by Akasaka to do that.
Yeah,
because-
Akaza, like the thing about Akaza is that he likes mind games. He likes to make people think that Ai is like the main poster girl. But spoiler alert,
It's kind of
not.
funny when people just keep falling for those goddamn teases, man, that he always does. He does it. I don't know. It may not be apparent in the Kaguya-sama anime when he does that, but in the manga he does that shit a lot.
A lot.
Just to clear something up for me, this is the same manga that did
Kaguya-sama, yes.
Kaguya-sama, right?
Yeah,
Yes.
Mhm.
Yeah, okay.
But the art is by
but not the same director for the anime for the anime from Kaguya. It's a different one, but
but he did not do the art. The art does from the Scum's Wish artist. So But yeah,
Some wish art, the manga art was actually really really good. And I felt like it was even. I felt like Oshinko's manga art was even better looking. But you know, Kana, we call it Kape in on Twitter, and her designs are ridiculous. It's
Yeah.
fucking ridiculous.
well, no
There's so
shit.
much fucking detail on that. And
Well, going back to the anime though, like the first episode it is what it is. That happened. Set up for the twins to have their revenge story. Well, Aqua for her revenge story. And so, I mean, obviously, after episode one, a lot of people. I mean, to be honest, episode one was literally the driving force to get people watching the series to begin with, and because I can definitely see that not a lot of people were interested in the end. Well, except for the reality show. But once the idol stuff comes in, oh my god, the amount of people not liking it is just like baffling me, to be honest. But
isn't it kind of funny because Japan likes their idols, and I feel
yeah,
I don't know why people. Well, there's a reason why a lot of people like just don't just from what I've ran into don't particularly have a fondness for idols like everywhere outside Japan, but Japan likes their idols for better or worse. The thing is, we just can't. But the excuses they come up with, some of the wild mental gymnastics for the arguments to try to come up with why they didn't like it is just weird. And I'm just like, wouldn't that apply to your own fucking series? The way you're arguing it?
Actually, a lot of people go as far as saying that this series is better off just being being an acting show like Act Age. I was like,
I don't think,
bro, it started an idol. It ends with an idol for this season. So why are you guys complaining? You guys should already know that this is an idol, not just an idol focus, but an entertainment industry focus. You will get you get performances, you get stage performances, which will be season 2 apparently. You get idol, suck it up, deal with it, and that's why that's why I really enjoyed Oshinoko, because it actually tackles every aspect of the entertainment industry and not just idol. Idol is just there because we know of the PV and stuff, but the thing that really got people interested more of Oshinoko is how the whole acting industry works. Because I can already see people liking the series because of how they tackle how the actors handle themselves outside of work, especially with the whole Akane situation. And that one though, even though it's been recycled over this incident, which I'm not going to get into, but it really give this sort of realism to how actors they suffer from these sort of abuses, how they respond to it, and how would they bounce back from it. That is what I can get behind, and I think that is also another reason why this series was so popular around that aspect of Akane. But again, though, seeing how people start complaining about the idol and stuff like that, I just really want to get saying that, dude, guys, it's Japan oriented, okay? It's not.
This is why I'm really glad I'm not one of the only people. Like, I'm actually glad to see. Like, I know I'm not really someone that just jumps in when it comes to, because you see most reaction channels roll with shonen stuff, and then you get. But it's nice to see that some of those same reactors actually had a very positive reception for the Oshinoko anime, which really makes me happy. And here's the thing: when I first heard about Oshinoko anime, at the time I was indifferent when I was reading the manga, because because I think it was at the time Kage-san was still serializing. And then it was just like a comparison sort of things. And at the time, I don't think I was as invested in it. But I feel like what the anime did, it made me feel something more about it. It gave me that sort of how do you say this? A bit of a 180. Maybe you can more or less to where I've actually been a lot more invested in the story and the characters than I thought I would be. I was very hesitant because it was Donga Kopo and they're not particularly known for big names and such. But they really put it in their all. And it's also nice to see some of the videos where they were talking about some of how some of the production goes about, and how some things that I didn't even think about much they mentioned. Like there was that one time they were playing that music when I was dying, right? And apparently, like I thought at the time it was supposed to be meant for Ruby and Aqua, but apparently it's supposed to reciprocate I's feelings, according to the composer, which is something I did not realize. When I think about it, I'm like, oh, that makes sense now. So, and I was also told that even though it is an anime, a lot of how it's directed feels a lot like what you see in a live drama, which would make sense, because there's a lot of acting. There's a lot of acting and such. Now, regarding the sort of, and I know that some people here might not be as perceptive about Oshi no Ko as I was. I gave that shit a 10 out of 10. I don't care. It was just that much engaging for me. I really like talking about it, even though even though it just sucks to have to deal with a fandom that can get really crazy for what it's worth. I feel like a lot of them are bandwagoners, to be fair. It's weird, but it's just a lot about just the way it just was. It's daring to just handle all these ideas. There's like this reincarnation thing. There's like the revenge plot and all, and then there's like the whole look inside the entertainment industry. There's also like these sort of very emotional character pieces that I really did get invested to. I know a lot of people might not like Kana, but I feel like it's because of how
Really?
relatable.
There's a huge kind of fan out there.
The thing is, I feel like
mean,
the reason why a lot of people don't like Kana is because of how relatable she can kind of be, or like how some of her experiences can be. As a child actor, at the time as a child, like when you're given in that situation, it just feels like, oh, everything's a lot more easy. Like every success comes pretty well, and then all that. But when you get older, it's a lot. There's a lot of pressure. Things change. Standards change. A lot of rules are a lot of new rules set into play. It becomes a different ball game, and she could not come. And she fell hard during that. And it's relatable because I'm not saying that I was very successful and then all of a sudden, no, it's just kind of like how you grow up how you just grow up. Things aren't as easy as they come now, as it would, because back then when you're as a child, like the standards of when you're in that age, now you're in a more grown up world. Yeah, that's so much different. And even child actors don't have it easy even then. And then you think about how Kana, like, oh, she was shining and all, and then all of a sudden she's grown up and everyone thinks she's just washed up. Or that's what she believes that is the case. Even though she does have that repertoire, it's just that her own self-confidence was just putting her down because of how the kind of misfortune she had along the way, and to the point where she had to play down to other people's levels just to get into a certain role, just to get that certain application or job, whatever. And it is like now it's not like I was like outwardly emotional, like I'm pretty bad at that, but I'm just like, oh damn, that kind of hits home a lot. And now about the premiere, even though I didn't cry at that time, although I kind of did cry upon rewatching it.
It's the voice acting. It's the voice acting that made us cry.
Because I feel like what hurts me the most for is like she felt like she's had to just live her life a lie after she was told, like, oh, just put on this sort of facade by the mysterious person that she met at the Lala theater stage, whatever it's called. And it just felt like I was not living a genuine life, even though she was finding success. And then the only time when she was feeling something genuine, when she was getting something genuine, when she could feel like she could say something genuine, is when she was her kids, and when she had kids, when she was having her kids, and but at the height of that sort of that revelation, her life was ended. It was really saddening to just kind of think about it, and the way she just like, oh, those words were definitely not a lie, and when you could, and it was like, oh man, and then what's also a nice touch is that like she doesn't even have any ill feelings toward the one who to her murderer. Like she even recognizes him as one of those fans that she was shaking hands with, and I'm just like, wow, like
Yeah, the murder was like, oh shit. I mean,
she's like the murder, like whoever, like the murderer just ate up whoever provided the info for I, and just was driven by emotions. So when he realized he fucked up, he just got out there and just later just killed himself out of shame, out of
Also,
grief.
he did kill himself, the guy.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like it was just like, oh man, it just felt too real with how they dive into these situations. They don't hesitate. Yeah, there's a little bit of rage here and there, but in the end, that's kind of how anime is. That's kind of how fiction is. Kind of got, you could also say that maybe things should have been a lot more. There should have been a lot more, like a little longer, like with Akane's sort of segment with the cyberbullying. And oh god, I don't. Oh man, I love the message it gave out. What infuriates me the most is that the actual fans of this series, or fans, did not listen to that. They don't even know what they were listening. They didn't even learn shit from that. Like if you've not seen the whole controversy with that, with
dub
like one of the
version, right?
Hamakima's mom, and then somehow like as of recently they were getting at the dub voice actors, and I was like, yeah, the dub sucks, but don't ham it on the actors. Maybe they were probably just kind of they were had like their hands were kind of probably forced at that point. It's not like all of them, they're all to blame. And so it frustrates me when people when they watch the series, they don't try to learn or try to acknowledge the messages that it was trying to be, even if whether or not the series itself is more character focused, or at times. It's a lot. So yeah, there's the good and there's the bad, there's the ugly and there's the beautiful when it comes to Oshinoko, and I love it for all that. For better, don't get, I really don't care. It's all the investment for me, even if it's not up there for some others. So yeah, I would like to say more, but I'm waiting for other people to chime in.
Yeah.
wanna hear
I guess
them
I
out.
can talk. Yeah.
So I mean, what you say is really, how do I say it? Like what a lot of people like really like about this series is just how realistic, how it tackles the individual character moments. Season one, of course, we tackle all the dark side of the human being in terms of sometimes you just lie your way around it, especially with Akane though. I just feel kind of sad for her because what she goes through, she don't deserve it. It's just how these sort of mindless people on the internet just react.
Oh yeah, I
some
was ranting during that
conspiracy, like,
episode.
to be honest, though, like I can understand how do people. I can understand her kind of situation, why she had to go through all those pain, because I actually somehow almost not completely, almost in a similar situation like 3 years ago. So I don't want to get into it again because it was actually one of the darkest times on
It's
my
fine.
channel. Yeah, it's just if you guys want to have a hint about it, it's Attack on Titan. That's all I can say. I got into a little beef with the Attack on Titan Japanese fan base. Don't
Don't
yeah,
do
let's
what
just say I can. That's why I can relate to Akane, because I actually experienced it in some ways of time from it. But that's why how Aka handled it was really well done. Because and that's really set the tone for Oshinoko for me. And also because of how the acting goes in terms of how Akane studied the character, that gotta say, man, that is how actors do nowadays, especially mostly the British actors. No bias here, no bias here. But I feel like British actors, they do a lot more researching and they do a much better.
I actually
acting.
heard Irish stories that it's even crazier than what Akane does when she tries to, she ends up replicating Ai's personality.
that's
I saw that clip. That was
why do you think British
Holy
actors are
shit.
really well recruited in the acting industry? Because
Wait, which particular video were you talking?
I saw a dub clip. I saw a dub clip.
No, I'm
That's what
talking
you're
about
talking
like how Akane studied her, how Akane
Yeah,
studied
the
the character and how she invested her time researching it. That is how actors are to be trained nowadays, to research, read the script, understand the character better, and understand the character better, and of course like dive into like the mindset and of course the understanding the backstory of the character in order to be the character. That is how actors do a lot nowadays, especially the British. So that's why like what I kind of demonstrated with her prowess in acting is literally showing how professional actors are, how they got themselves into character nowadays. So that's why that just scene like really exploded into the internet. I wasn't that surprised because it's literally scary how you can be someone by just pure talent. Akane is just pure talent, to be honest. How she reciprocates that voice.
The thing,
actually though, it's the voice actor that reciprocated the voice for Akane. So that shows how Iwami, how talented she is, even though she's still underrated.
Thought
she's underrated.
I legit thought Ray was actually just taking over for that part, and I was like, wait.
It's Iwami.
Like at one point, I'm not saying
It's literally Iwami reciprocating the voice of I, even though it's not exactly the same, but it's close enough, I guess. So that's why like Oshinoko, that's what really got me invested even more. Well, of course, the whole logistics, how they build up the group, do the social media side of things. Well, that was just like some extra for me to talk about, to be honest, because like how Memcho talk about her past. Well, yeah, let's just get into Memcho for a bit. How Memcho, oh my god, fuck.
Oh yeah.
Guys, talk about this for a bit. I need to collect my delivery. Sorry, I'll be back.
All right. Anyone wants? You guys want to chime in on your thing? I'll try to.
I can do that. I haven't talked for a while, so I was
sorry about that.
Gonna have like 6-7 hours here when we're done, but don't worry, I'm here. So first of all, I actually went because I was in Japan a few weeks ago. So they actually did have a collaboration cafe and what is it called? Exhibition of Oshinoko. I tried to go there. It was in Ikebukuro, but it looks like you had to book beforehand because when I went there was a long line on the stairs and they told me you can't go in because it's over full. So I couldn't go there. But they had another theme cafe actually in Harajuku. So I went there instead. Some Japanese friend of mine was able to call them and say, oh, there's room available. So I was able to go. So I got food. I got some postcards of Arimakana. Best girl, by the way.
This is about to say. Well, best girl in terms of anime so far.
There's and also and also Ruby. I got this. I bought it extra. So that's what I got.
Like mother, like daughter.
Yeah, in terms of the anime, I think some of you are not gonna agree with me. So, and of course, I'm gonna let you speak your mind too on what you disagree with me. But I would like to finish my thoughts. So I wouldn't say I'm as high on it as many others. I think the first episode was very, very strong, especially during that scene at the end. But for me, that kind of fell off as the episodes kept going. Then it was mostly focused on, Ruby, Memcho, and Arima focusing on making B Komachi their idol group, and also we got Akane, of course. Now, I will say the things that made me enjoy this anime was, first of all, Ari Makana, because I feel that we got so many episodes with her. We got to know her more. We got to, I just loved her personality, what she's been through. You know, she's failing as an actress, and now she's trying to become an idol instead. You know, try her chances there. So I really appreciate it. I also really appreciate how she tries to make her moves on Aqua. I really like that. Akane, I did feel for her backstory with the bullying that was going on. She didn't deserve that. Still, I don't think we got enough episodes with her focus for me to actually feel too much about her as a character. Hopefully, that should come more in the future, maybe in season 2. So that's why right now.
Speaking of season 2, I don't think it will go back to the cyberbullying thing, but there will be a lot more of her for sure because the Tokyo Blade arc is coming up. So that might answer some of your.
So hopefully my feelings for her will grow stronger in the second season. Hopefully, because for the first season I don't feel I got to know her enough. But and also I'm not too much into the entertainment industry. I do watch a lot of idol shows. I actually do like many idol shows, but this one, maybe because of my knowledge,
from an entertainment from like a different perspective on idols. That's where you couldn't get invested, right?
Yeah, just the entertainment industry overall. But I think that's because of my knowledge. So that's why I couldn't really get into that. So at the end, I did still give it 6 out of 10 because I still thought it was fine. I do understand why people really like this show. So I think that's my final thoughts.
That's actually all completely understandable, and that's something I can actually kind of agree with because I know not a lot of people are going to get invested with not many people, in terms of like viewing the entertainment industry. That's their cup of tea. But hopefully the next season will address something because there's that whole stage play thing.
One thing I will say though that I know a lot of people thought wow, but I just cringed. It was when Aqua decided to, when Bikomashi was dancing at the stage, and he just emotionless started, with his glow sticks like that. I was like, oh god, it didn't fit here.
It was supposed to be cringe. It was supposed to be cringe. I mean, it was supposed to be cringe, but it was supposed to be an attention drawer. To try to kind of out of it, it's cringe. I get it.
It's just so unexpected coming from him. So I was like,
that is part of idol culture, okay?
Yes, of course.
That is part of idol culture, okay? What? I mean, dude, I do it too, okay? So you're insulting me, okay?
That's fine, but it's just with his personality, it just didn't fit him. That's why
I can get Aniko's stances on that. The answers on that. Like, I know not a lot of people are gonna be fond of him just nonchalant, like just emotionless face, just doing that. It was supposed to be corny and goofy because it was supposed to draw, of course, get Ikane's attention, just try to snap her out of it.
I mean, even they were laughing at him.
I mean, he's been doing it ever since he was
they were clearly trying not to fucking laugh.
What did it to cheer Kana up? Okay, she was in depression. She could ruin the performance, and Gakko
I appreciate that.
Just the way he looked. A normal.
It's just the way he looked when he do it. No emotions whatsoever, and just I understand why he did it though. Yeah.
Okay.
It's just a
at least we get that out of the way. So.
Kawaii, I think. Any thoughts on this one?
I'll let Memory and Kawaii have to say before I get back to Memcho because I have a story to tell you guys regarding to that how I feel connected to Memcho in some way. So go ahead.
Okay.
Memory, you want to go first?
For me personally, it's kind of similar like to Anipode, like when it comes to I guess just me personally, like I think it is refreshing and it's nice the way this show. Now, granted, I haven't watched too many other idol shows. I have watched a few, I will say, but like this one compared to the other ones I have watched was like really refreshing in that regard, like how it actually like kind of handles the what's going on behind the scenes and just things that you like things that probably most creators like don't want to touch on the topic of things like this. So I do like that aspect of it, I will say. Although overall, me personally, I just have never been when it comes to like the entertainment industry, like idol stuff, and like I guess just in general, I'm not very like interested in it.
Okay.
So it is kind of similar to how Anipode feels about it. So I guess that's one thing for me why I feel like I couldn't really get into this, and I don't think it's bad. I don't think it's bad. I personally really like the because when I read the manga, because I read like 10 or 11 chapters, so it wasn't a lot, and I dropped it because I just wasn't really feeling it. This was way before like the anime got announced too, and I feel like the anime definitely elevated that material towards the beginning.
It did.
Yeah, for
the
sure.
one point. Okay, sorry, I stopped.
No, you're fine. You're
fine. You know the part where Ruby just pops off right there. In the manga, that was only one. Well, that was like maybe 1-2 panels, if I remember correctly, of just her, and then you see the shadow fight. Yeah, they literally kicked it up a notch and literally just had this blend where they were just having this magical moment where she was literally almost where the guy was literally seeing I in her. And that was like kind of magical in a ways with how they depicted it. I'm just like, oh yeah, they were really going in for that one. So yeah, the anime knocked it out of the park. I kind of roll my eyes when I hear some people say the manga delivers it better, and when it really doesn't, from what I remember. No, the manga is still great, but the anime does take it to another level in how they present things, in my opinion.
Yeah, I like production wise and just like, direction wise, like aesthetically, like I don't have any issues with it like whatsoever. I feel like my complaints come down to like, well, it's not even really a complaint. It's just something I'm just not really into, is like the idol entertainment industry stuff. But I do appreciate how this series handles it compared to like, well, other series don't even really handle it in this way. So, so I do. I will say I like that or appreciate that part of it. But another thing that is a big like, I don't know. I just do not like Aqua's character at all. I'm gonna be honest.
I do not blame you. I do
not like his character whatsoever.
I don't particularly like his character at all. I'm just like, okay, it is what it is. It is what it is. I don't think it's bad. It's just not a character I'm particularly too fond of at this point in the anime. I mean, like, it depends on whether he gets that sort of development, and of course, there's second season to see if he can get down to that, because he is supposedly getting closer to finding to finding the culprit. So there may be just some development for him come from there, which might address your problems with that.
Yeah, I definitely need to see or get some, some big development with him, because I don't know.
I felt like this is something similar to how, like, with Ayano Koji and for Shin in 86, a lot of it felt a lot more thorough, in my opinion. Like, I don't like to put it with the edgy characters, but it's just like Shin just felt like a more well thought out
conversation again.
Yeah, sorry about that. I'm sorry, but it's like that was more thorough. Like, but I get that, for Aqua is like a different direction, and because of like the other characters, because they're seem to be more focused. They're not really as focused on Aqua as I feel like they should.
As the season went on, it was
Aqua is a supporting character. What are you talking about? He's a supporting character.
At the moment, he is. At the moment, he feels like one.
Like, for me personally, I don't know. This may be like, I feel like at least season 1 here, it like peaked at the beginning with episode 1. That's how I feel personally. I feel like the first episode was my favorite episode by far, and I just feel like no other episode kind of touched that for me. And even like in terms of characters, like was probably my favorite character, and she was only in there for 1 episode. Like Kana,
she got the comment on Asuka treatment.
so Kana, Ruby, Akane, like I liked more than like any of them, and she was only around for like 1 episode. Like that was, I feel like the character. That's why I was kind of like bummed out, right? Because like even when I read the manga, I was like, at the beginning, I was like, damn, this is the
Yeah,
one
she was,
character.
yeah, she was one of my favorite characters too.
Yeah, this is the one character I grasped onto, and then it's like,
and the funny thing is, I feel like she's kind of just there with her presence. Like even after her death, she has quite the influence. Because you can constantly refer to her all the time.
Yeah, that's true. It's kind of like well, it's a totally different series, but it's kind of like a Kamina thing from like, because it's my favorite series.
I just mentioned that and asked that as well.
Yeah, so it's like you still hear about them, you still like see them, and you know they're thinking about this character, like how this person like represents.
Ironically, those are some of the characters I do like because like they do go out, but it's not without quite an influence. Those are characters I can like when they're done well. And I feel like I was done very well, even though we don't get to. It doesn't feel like we know her enough. We don't know a whole lot, like enough about her. We know enough to where like we can get attached to her opinion.
Right. Yeah, but I'm still keeping an open mind for like the future of the series.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I'm still gonna be.
Memory. Avoid the Twitter. Avoid Twitter right now.
About that shit with the Twitter thing. No. Aka is pulling shit and is just making it so
Oh
bad.
yeah, I saw. What are you talking about? I saw that leak. I saw the leak.
Oh yeah, we're gonna talk about that. How the incest plot line that it's been,
which is obviously something that.
Oh god.
I wouldn't personally agree with, but just like there's no way he would be able to do that unless if he is just crazy.
So wait,
but I don't think he's gonna go with that. I don't think
we don't know. We don't like that's what it may seem like that at face value, just from the leak I saw. It's like okay,
yeah,
it seems like he's gonna go down this route with it. But apparently he's baited like this before and
Oh, he did that again. He did that shit a lot in the Kaguya-sama manga.
Yeah,
like it was not as apparent in the anime, but he does that shit a lot in the Kaguya-sama. It frustrates that. I remember how he frustrated the hell out of his audience. That he constantly does that. He likes to pull that. He likes to pull that shit a lot, and it's sad that because the way it leaks out, people see it all, don't get enough context about it. Some don't even read the manga, and all of a sudden it's just a lot of just shit going on, unnecessary shit going on.
So you guys think the incest plotline might not be like legit?
It's a trap. It's a trap.
I hope not for the fans.
It's a red herring.
I hope not for the fans.
It's a trap.
For the sake of the sanity of the fandom, I hope it's not.
To be honest, though, I can see that Aqua turn Ruby down in the next chapter, but I don't want to get into that.
I just can't see like.
I don't see it working
out.
I don't.
I would have to see with like if we're just talking about the anime with where Aqua's right now, like him, and knowing what we know about his past too, but like still, like with how his character is now, I cannot picture this guy with any of these characters. Like that was one thing when I was like first getting into this, I was like, please don't go down a romantic like route. Like you can tell like some of the girls obviously have a crush on him or whatever the heck, but like I'm like, please don't entertain this, or like please like.
Yeah,
because I just can't see it working. I can't see it working, or like me. There would have to be serious development or something with Aqua.
The problem is that it's due to a particular plot situation where that if they decide to go that route, it would not make sense for them trying to move on, trying to move forward or something. It just doesn't make sense. I don't want to spoil, but it's just like it would not make sense for them to go that route, even though people were trying to use all these, trying to go this ALT levels of like symbolism. I was like, no, that we don't know. That's not how this goes. That's not how this goes. Oshinoko is great, but it's not something that's metaphorically complex. I
really feel like Aqua just did it for Ruby just to get those emotions out of the way, so that Ruby can just revert back to normal. I that's what I can read between the lines. But it is, don't get me wrong, I find that seem very emotional in terms of how they review each other's identity. But I was like, nah, let's just not go. Let's just happy that they're
there's a thing. Whatever is in the past and all that, you need to move on. That's real development. They need to move on from that. They cannot live with the ghost. They cannot try to be stuck with the ghost of the past of that the ghost that's haunting them. That is their past life. They have to move on. They
I
cannot
feel like
go that
Ruby.
route.
I feel like Ruby will be immature to do that though. I feel like
Yeah,
Aqua.
that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. She cannot just go with that. I hope she's joking, man. I hope she's just joking. I hope she's joking.
As I was
She's not
saying,
being
I hope
serious.
so too for the fans, and I mean,
Like again, for the sanity of the
Just-
fans. I
just
love
wait
this
until the
series.
next
I
chapter.
love this series, but man, don't
Dude,
play, don't
Here's the
entertain
thing,
that
though.
sort of.
You know what's scary?
that
People are
choice.
bringing up Yoshiko no Sora. The
Oh.
anime.
I saw that meme. Every
I
masterpiece has a
retweeted that.
cheap
I saw
copy.
plenty of them. I saw plenty
retweeted
of them.
that. I retweeted
Oh
that.
my god! People are
It's-
actually bringing up the anime. I want to forget about. I want to forget about
I
the
almost
anime.
forgot.
That anime.
I almost forgot it existed. I almost forgot it existed, and they just brought that back. Are you kidding me?
Every
Man.
masterpiece has
I'm
a cheap
surprised people
copy.
still remember the anime.
Oh my god!
Still, anyways, let's just go back to why I'm
Oh.
supposed to finish with Memjo. So,
oh, yeah. Let's skip back because we don't want to
so
beat up too much.
remember the episode where Memjo said that she wasn't able to be an idol. She had to take care of her parents, and then by the time she reached 23, she couldn't go for the idol, and she had to resort to using YouTube or TikTok to get her to like start doing content. That is literally me back in 2018, because like I already told you guys this story, but when I stepped down from the committee of the anime club, I just feel empty, to be honest. I couldn't I want to get involved with anime rather than just watching anime, so I started doing reaction videos just to show that I'm still engaged with this community. Well, just like what Memchu said, my channel just keeps growing and I can't stop. And the next thing you know it, you spend 5 years of your life making content, and just the fact that you just cannot stop, and that was scary, because if I mean, of course, for memory you're different, of course, but if I stop now, it just feel like something weird in my body. Like if I stop making content, I just don't feel right. That happened. So what Mencho said in that episode felt very strikingly true though to my situation. And I mean, of course, she's different because she got 200,000 subscribers, which is, to be honest, is a dream for any reactors to get that many subscribers. But for me though, because what my subscribers, what actually not my subscriber, but what people have been saying to me outside of because when people found out about the fact that I do YouTube and I told them that I've been doing it for 5 years, a lot of them keep on asking me this. So, Madeline, are you gonna do this are you gonna do this full time? Not gonna lie to you guys, I was annoyed when people say that. I was really annoyed when people say, "No,
I've
are you
had
doing this?"
people ask me this as well, and
Dude,
I was like, I'll just do it for however long I'm allowed to do it.
people,
I don't.
people say that you've been doing this for 5 years. Why don't you just do this full time? Yeah, I just have to keep on reminding people that being a YouTuber nowadays, especially with 20,000 subscribers, will get you nowhere. Unless you're loyal patrons, but I don't like people charging. I don't like charging people for money to watch my content, to be honest. So I'm fair play for those who decide to do full time at anime. Good luck surviving in this industry. But for me though, doing this full time just feels very forced, to be honest, because if I were to do this full time, I won't even be studying right now. I'll be living in Vietnam and just continue doing what I do. But I just don't like to sit in my room all day, just make video. I don't want to go out there and do something else. So that's why when people keep on saying that, are you doing this full time? Especially when my best friend that lives in I meet once every week, he keep on asking me this question. Of course I don't show my emotion. Of course I just tell him to shut up, please, just shut up. He keep on asking me, so you have this many views. Why do you just do this full time? I say it's not easy. You just gain 1,000 views will only get you 50 cent payment from YouTube. That's it. So it's not easy. So I just told him that I just doing this just to show my passion for anime. I just want to stay involved with anime and just keep on making content. And I don't know how long I'm going to keep doing this already, but Yeah, that's why what Menchu said was really true though. She just keeps on. She just cannot stop doing YouTube, and she cannot do anything outside of YouTube. Like, well, she got recruited to be an idol now, but yeah, just what Menchu said just really strikes me hard because like that could be happening to me if I could be just keep on making content to the point that I just don't know. I just forgot about my age. I'm 27, by the way. So I just keep on doing it, and just until the fact that you just cannot stop, and that's scary for being a content creator. You just cannot. I just cannot see myself stopping. And although there are some benefits for me, being a YouTuber, because that's how I managed to land my internship right now with a government organization. I got an internship with a government organization because I told them that I'm a YouTuber, and they said, "Oh, you're hired for an internship." I was like,
"Oh shit,
that's it."
Wow.
Wow.
That's sweet.
What?
That's sweet.
Here's the thing though. The moment I got into office, they say that, they gave me a project. They gave me an analysis work, telling them to analyze their YouTube channel for them because like their YouTube channel is literally like one of the most unused platform, and they told me how to improve on it. I was like, okay, that's easy work, to be honest, because like I look at their platform. The first thing that came to my mind was like, I can fix it. So yeah, that literally, like, I was giving that sort of work, and then after that, I've been giving a mega project to work on. Literally, I'm supposed to be creating a marketing campaign now. I'm recording the videos, I'm editing the videos for a marketing campaign for the organization, and I'm just an intern, by the way. So I was like,
nice.
that's why I guess probably in then. Oh my god! But still, though, at least I got an internship. So at least being a YouTuber pays off. For 5 years of doing YouTube pays off in some ways. But I'm now involved in a big project, which is something very pressuring. To not gonna lie though. But yeah, I gotta say, man, what Memjo did and kind of relate to my situation very much. When I saw that scene, I felt damage inside for like in terms of emotion wise. So yeah, that's what made me love Oshinoko even more now. And of course, Memcho is my second favorite character for this show now too. So yeah, I gotta say, man, this is why I love Oshinoko. I love it. I can't wait for season 2. Most likely be next year. So yeah.
Hopefully
Alright.
next year for sure.
Well, I don't have much to say, so because I dropped it onto episode 1. But any final thoughts, or are we ready to move on?
We can move on.
Okay.
I think we can move on.
Okay, next up is Dr. Stone New World. Another one I haven't watched.
I need to eat my lunch, so I just have one word. I just have one sentence. Kohaku finally become best girl. So yeah.
I mean, she's been best girl, I feel like, but
Honestly, I wish there was a ship between her and Senku, but this doesn't seem to be that way, which is
because that's not his focus. He's not into women. He's into building
nothing.
humanity again.
Asexual.
I wouldn't go
into
that far.
he's
just
science
more-
sexual.
Yeah.
Asexual, yeah.
And again, this is another one I like, guys. I have to admit, I'm like way behind. Like seriously, when I say I'm behind, it's tragic how behind I am. So on this one, I'm up to episode. Where are we? 8. I need to do episodes 8 and I need to watch episode 8 next. So where I got up to last was the new girl has just been introduced, and everyone on the ship was petrified. That's where I got up to last in the show. So I haven't gone past that.
Okay. I'm gonna keep it short because we stayed overly long on the other discussions, so I'm not gonna do it too much. But what I will say is that the story has really caught up, been more exciting, because the first half I feel was, what we usually see in Dr. Stone building and stuff. It felt more like
point. That's the point of the show.
It is, but it felt kind of too episodic for me. Like that's all there was. However, in the second part, when they're going to this treasure island, that's when I feel like, okay, we're actually getting a real story here now. And I honestly really enjoyed that part because, there's a lot more excitement there. And so, yeah, that's very much what I can say.
Yeah, I'm enjoying it too. Like, obviously, I've enjoyed every season of Doctor Stone so far. I think this is one that I'm not going to ever not enjoy watching. This is so much fun for me, personally.
I think last time we talked about the seasonals or like this season, I feel like what I was saying there still kind of remains the same with this season. Because I said I was enjoying this season a lot more than the previous season. I still like overall would say I enjoyed every season, but the previous season was definitely my least favorite out of the three. But this season, I feel like it went more back to like what made Dr. Stone Dr. Stone.
Like, it's gone back to the mystery aspect of things.
Well, there's that. Yeah, there's that, and like, but also just like I don't know, just the group, like, I don't know, group bonding, and then them all just like kind of working together, bouncing off one another, building new like things or discovering new things. I feel like we didn't see that as much in the previous season because there was like more conflict.
Yeah.
So when it went back to that with this season, I enjoyed it a lot more because that's what I really liked about season one. But then plus you have the you're fine. I was gonna say like plus now you have like the treasure island thing and like the mystery with that, and then also how it ties into like his father, with what they like left there and how hard he was working like to, for the people that were to follow. Like I did like that a lot. So
what I was going to say is that it feels like, because obviously it seems like Doctor Stone's going to be another one of those shows where they want to adapt everything. So, adapt their entire manga. So, I think what you're trying, like, I think I understand what you're saying. Like, with season 2, like, it was a great season, but it didn't really feel like we were getting anywhere. But now that, season 3, we're learning more about, what's like the rest of the world. We're learning about there's other survivors out there. Like we're reaching like the end game of the both the manga and the anime. So I don't personally. I don't know how much we've adapted so far from the manga. Like I don't know how much we have left to go. But maybe because we've got like part 2, I guess, coming next year, and then. Who knows after that? Maybe there's like only like a season or like 1 or 2 seasons left before we officially finish Doctor Stone. I don't know.
Yeah, I would say that's kind of how I feel about it. But this is probably, I honestly would probably still say that season 1 is like my favorite.
Oh yeah, season 1 was probably the best one because like it was just so like original. Like we didn't know what to really expect from it. But now that we're like 2 seasons and a movie in, technically, like we know the formula, we know the format now, so we know what's going to essentially, we can figure out what's going to happen next. That's why I kind of like with season 3, they brought back the mystery of like, okay, these people also have a way to petrify people. How is that possible? Right. Sort of thing. Who's behind that? Again, like that may be explained later in this part of the season because I haven't gone that far yet. So, or it could be explained in part 2.
Yeah, I just feel like it's. Besides what we said, I mean, there's really not much else.
There's not really much to say.
It's just kind of, it's kind of same old Dr. Stone.
Same old Dr. Stone, but still really enjoyable at the same time.
Yeah.
Like, there's really nothing we can really say about Dr. Stone at this point. Like, hey, we're doing. Like, pretty much we can all just sum it up. Those who are watching it anyway can be just like, yep, Dr. Stone is still the same as always. 10 out of 10 or whatever, like let's move on.
Like it doesn't try to go out of its way to like try and like be extra like and be like something else that it's not. Like it knows what it is and it just kind of sticks to that, which I like. So
I like to like sometimes you don't want it, like a show to do like all this extra stuff and then like it just sort of loses focus of like what it's really meant to be about. No, Dr. Stone goes, yep. we're about rebuilding humanity. There's a bit of a mystery here in terms of who really who set up the who petrified humanity, blah blah blah. But that's not really the main focus right now, and we're going to start moving into that focus now, sort of thing. So it's just like, yep, that's it.
All right. Did anybody else want to say anything?
Yeah, is anyone else watching it who wants to chime in?
Well, I haven't. I did watch the third season, but I don't have much to comment on it. It's just kind of just whatever. I'm gonna be honest when I say that Doctor Stone kind of just lost me. And just kind of going through the motions for me after season 1. It's just kind of there. Has its moments, but it's just like,
well, like I said,
it is what it is.
It's because we already know the format. Like, it has its own format. It's not going to change anything. It's still just going, like I said, it's just going to be you're either going to enjoy it, or you're going to lose interest in it. It's just you'll be in one of those two bases. That's it. Like, which is understandable.
It's still watchable.
Yeah, it's still watchable. It's still enjoyable. But yeah, I get it. Like, some people are not going to continue to watch it because it's like, oh, it's just the same thing over and over again.
Just wait until we talk about the next anime when you say that.
Okay.
Yeah. With the repetitiveness, it's gonna be in the next.
Yeah. Speaking of which, let's.
Mashle.
Yeah. Let's move on to. Mashle.
Yeah.
AKA mediocrity incarnate.
Yeah, I'm not watching it.
Mediocrity incarnate, indeed. And the manga did end. I think it was last week. Finally, fucking wasted potential. Fucking wasted potential. And I'm not gonna say there was some stuff. There were some moments I didn't. I won't say there are some moments I do kind of enjoy, but it's more like, how do you say this? I only enjoy them more when I see other people enjoy it. That's not good. That's not good. Like, when you're only able to enjoy it by seeing other people enjoy those moments, it's kind of just. Like, I'm not saying there were some parts where I feel like it could have been decent, but it's just so lukewarm. The ideas feel so lukewarm to me. The characters just feel so lukewarm. The plot just feels lukewarm. It looks like it just ripped from Harry Potter, literally. I swear.
I think I did hear that was the case. Like, it was a little bit inspired by Harry Potter, from what I heard.
A little bit.
It's completely inspired by Harry Potter.
Completely inspired. Except the main character is supposedly Saitama, but he's not quite. He's just a fake. He's a Saitama ripoff. Yeah, basically. That's what it came up for me. They could have done something more. It's getting a part 2, by the way. Which is
God.
And there's nothing about these characters that really. Well, there are some entertaining moments, of course, but it's just, again, what I said, it gets tiresome. Like, it's not something I find it's consistently boring. Let's get that out of the way. There's some action. There's some nice looking action scenes here and there, but it's not saying much. Especially the fact that A1 is kind of there. Like, A1 should have not had their hands tied just to make it. And yeah, you could say you could say that there is effort there. Like, even Aniplex apparently released some videos on their YouTube channel about this series and the production behind it to try to make it look like there was actual passion into it. No, I didn't see any. I didn't feel any of that compared to the Oshinoko videos. Oshinoko actually has its own YouTube channel, by the way, which is actually pretty neat. But yeah, I'm just like, yeah, it's one of those shows that goes one year and out the other without any interruptions. This kind of does that sort of shonen. Hey, I wouldn't be surprised if any of y'all just kind of dropped it at some point.
Yeah, I dropped it. Back in episode
Yeah.
4, I believe.
Yeah, I can't blame you.
Yeah, I dropped it too. It was too repetitive. I will say though, there's a lot of merchandise about this show in Japan. There are gacha.
I'm not.
Oh, the
I'm not
manga
surprised
sells. The manga actually sells pretty well. Yeah.
I guess it did get some success, but I don't think it's on the level of success that other shonen usually.
Oh no,
get.
it's nothing like crazy, but it's doing. It's I'm happy for the author, right? Because his series, I would say, is considered like financial, like successful. Because I mean, it got an anime. That's what you want. It's sold pretty well. I'm pretty sure he got to end like the manga on his own terms. So, but yeah, I don't know. I just don't really care about the series anymore. The stuff like late end game in the manga.
While you were following it,
Yeah, I still haven't read the last like chapter or two.
it was just like
Yeah, the last like
underwhelming.
I don't know how many chapters, but there was like a 30 or 40 chapter stretch. I think I've talked about this before, but there's like a 30 or 40 chapter stretch where like Mash like wasn't even involved. They just like showed him at the end of each chapter and he was like passed out and they're like Mash is still asleep or he's still like he still hasn't woke up or whatever.
Oh, I remember.
Yeah.
That was stupid.
Yeah, and that was like for 30 chapters or some shit. It was like an outrageous
Literally a Demon Slayer moment.
Yeah.
Or
I appreciate that
Dragon Ball.
they tried to like focus on some of the other characters. I get it, but I don't know. It just
They just felt like fodder in the end.
yeah. But I don't know. The most I enjoyed this series was like at the very beginning of the manga when I was reading it, and I don't know. Like I guess I just don't because even watching the anime, I think just the ending and how I feel about it like lately, it just is kind of like. It's just left a sour taste in my mouth. So I just don't even enjoy this stuff anymore. Like,
Yeah.
And I don't know. I really I think a factor though, because when I was reading the manga, like I binged like the first like 30 or 35 chapters or something like that. And I thought it was a lot of fun. And I was reading it with like a friend though. So I feel like that kind of helped because like we were just both probably like just goofing off or like laughing about like just some of the dumb shit. I don't know. It was fun towards the beginning for me in the manga, but it's kind of like changed. I don't know. I don't feel as strongly about it anymore at all. Unfortunate, but it is what it is. But yeah, the anime was just meh to me. Like very, very meh. Like I don't even know if I want to watch season 2. I'm gonna be honest, especially with where like I know it ends up going. It's just like. I feel like I'd be wasting my time. So
Just go to Sakagaboro and just see some of the cuts, and that'll be it. That'll be your anime watch the experience.
Pretty much.
It's good.
I have a question. What would you guys rather watch again, Mashle or Hell's Paradise?
Mashle.
Shit. No, I'd actually choose Mashle.
Really?
I would actually choose
Really?
Mashle. I would
Hell's
choose
Paradise
interesting.
Mashle.
Hell's Paradise because
I would.
If I could put wait, I would choose Hell's Paradise if I could put the Hell's Paradise OP on loop for a 24-minute episode. Maybe then I would choose Hell's Paradise.
So not actually watch any episodes then. Just watch the OP for 24 minutes.
Just put it on mute and just loop the OP in the background.
Yeah, that would be maybe when I would choose Hell's Paradise, but I would actually probably choose Mashle in that situation.
Yeah, for me the Mashle is just I still don't know why I made a reaction video for it, but yeah, at first I found it funny the first 3 episodes. Well, of course the jokes, the comedy, and the gimmick is so repetitive. After that, I just felt very forced at some point just to watch this anime now because like I don't know, Mashle is just like Saitama, but it's just in Hawksworth. Like what the fuck is that about? But yeah, to be honest, this anime for me personally is just like more like just watching it just for the sake of for the comedy of it, and just to see how far would they take this sort of stupidity with the villains and the magic. because the magic in this though it felt very not so magic. Just felt like a typical shonen power or something like you see in My Hero
Yeah.
Academia. So that's why, like, I only watching it just to see how stupid it can get. But I can understand why there are fans of this show, especially in Japan, because Japanese love Harry Potter, and the author managed to see this gap in the market, and he decided to write this stupid series. But I'm glad the manga's over. But well, I mean, the animation looks fine, to be honest. Nothing really that stand out. The voice acting looks but voice acting, by the way, is very, how to say, taken seriously. Apparently the main one, the voice is Mashle. Apparently he actually went all in with the voice acting audition for this role. So I give credit.
Doesn't he voice Gabimaru too?
Yeah.
Yes, he is.
Okay.
That's why I give him credit for that.
I don't
So-
It's
think
funny
I'm
we brought up Hell's Paradise.
It's fun.
Yes.
Well, the thing is that, like, no disrespect, like, what was that? What was his voice actor again?
Shiaki Kobayashi.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think I'm particularly a fan of this guy, to be honest.
He's funny, though.
I
He's
mean,
funny.
I'm not saying he's a bad voice actor, but a lot of the roles
He just doesn't
that
have the
he's
best
been, well,
resume.
actually,
To be honest, though, I never really noticed him into Mashle or House Paradise. Like when I saw his name, I was like, "Who the hell is this guy?" But yeah, I mean, fair play for him. He really took this role seriously. He even go as far as meeting the English dub Alex Le. So
Oh, that's pretty cool.
Oh, nice.
yeah, he met Alex Le. Like he had fun with him, talking with him. So
for
at
who?
least the English dub for Mashle.
Oh.
He met it's on YouTube, so I saw it. But yeah, I mean Mashle though, I don't know why he got part 2, but
I mean, I'm
Uh,
happy that the fans in Japan do like it, and it is
Japan-
what it is.
yeah,
but
it's-
I don't think, but it doesn't mean just because it may roll well in Japan doesn't mean like we would necessarily say it's good on their end. I mean, y'all see the thing with Demon Slayer, right? It's pretty beloved there,
Well,
but I
the thing
can't
is, though,
say it's
Japan-
good writing just
Japan is
because
what
Japan likes
dictates
more.
season 2. Okay, not us. Japan is what dictates season 2. So
Yeah.
Yeah. Amount of Blu-ray sales and manga sales.
it all depends on. And why I think Chainsaw Man didn't really get season 2 announced because of the sales. Sad, but
Oh,
Well,
really?
but
there was some twisted info regarding the numbers with Chainsaw Man's sales, but even that still wasn't a really good look, to say the least.
for me though, I think I'm just gonna like watch Mashle, but I don't think I'll make content for part 2. I just like at this point, I just
Yeah,
felt rough. I just felt forced to watch it. And of course, the girl. Oh my god, what's her name again? Fuck.
Lemon.
Lemon?
Lemon.
Oh,
she's
don't
annoying.
remind me.
She's annoying. She's so annoying.
Yeah, I agree.
She's so annoying. Oh my god. But at least if you guys ask him Hell Paradise or this, Hell Paradise all day for Sagiri. Sagiri for the win. So
Probably have to agree.
yeah, Sagiri. So yeah, let's just end it there. Let's move on to the next one.
would pick. I would just go ahead and watch part 2 of both of them. But if I had to choose one, I choose none. Fuck you. Fuck y'all. Fuck y'all.
Ryu the Rebel. He doesn't couldn't abide by rules. All right, are we ready to move on?
Yes, the much
Yeah.
better one.
Yes.
And with them,
Heavenly Delusion.
well,
Heavenly
Yes.
Delusion.
You
I
know
mean-
what? I didn't hear anything about this show whatsoever that was airing.
that's
Really?
sad.
I heard
That's
nothing
really,
about this.
That's
one.
really sad how it turns out that you don't hear enough
It was all.
about
It was
Disney.
all about Oshinoko and other anime. Like this one was just like.
Well, that's good.
Yeah,
then,
because the
you can
manga,
go
well, because the
online.
manga wasn't really that isn't popular, to be honest. So
Yeah,
when it
that's
just
true.
got called up, and
Also, I think a lot of people didn't really like. I think the manga reader didn't really hype it as much because of what happened at the last episode. So that's what I've been told. from my-
and the latest developments in the I'm gonna be honest right now, like I'm not too fond of where the manga is right now. It's not. It's a totally different feeling from what I did with Oshinoko manga. The thing is, I don't want to try to spoil it, but it's just kind of like, it just feels like it's just going with this gimmick of trying to do this mystery baiting sort of thing where it just kind of just they toss you there, just answer like, but as you get more as you get more answers, you get even more questions, and it just feels like a really infuriating vicious cycle at some point. It's not as apparent in the anime as of right now, but the manga wise, it gets frustrating. It gets frustrating. I'm still glad that the anime got such a nice looking at the manga got such a nice looking adaptation for what it is. Because damn, that production value was ridiculous. Like
Yeah.
especially when I heard that
I heard it's like
all
a
these
passion
episodes were just
project.
done beforehand. Yeah,
There's a passion project for sure.
it was just
Production
ridiculous.
IG are not really that known for some crazy animation, but this one though just shows that they care. So
They're solid studio. They're actually a stall. They're actually a really good studio. They're one of my favorites, but it's just like what they did with Tengoku Diamond or Heavenly Delusion is something that I just found myself way too impressed by. Like it was just like wow. It just even though I did have my issues with it in the end, I still feel like it was a worthwhile. I still enjoyed it. I think it was like I got like a I had it at like an 8, and then there was like that last 2 episodes, and it was just like it's kind of like 6, 7 out of 10. Like, it was still enjoyable. Like I still loved what it was doing in terms of the production. The story is something I'm at the moment like I am really mixed. I am really mixed on because of how like everything turned out. Like of course like season when season 2 comes about it will be answering more. But my familiarity to the manga just says otherwise, so you can't just try to confront me with that. It is what it is. But again, I still enjoy it for what it is. The sort of set,
rating do you
the sort of
give it?
immersive setting it has. It was like I think you get a 7 out of 10.
Okay.
That's fair.
Yeah, that's a
I,
fair
I,
thing.
I think I gave it 7 too. So
Give it
Okay.
8.
I gave it an 8 as well.
Yeah, it's like it's fine. Like it's just that like depends
actually,
on how you feel. Like
it was 8 for me until the final 2 episodes. So
yeah, the final 2 episodes.
I think
I'm not.
that's
I'm not
where-
sure if I really want. I'm not so sure if I really want to talk about that. I want to just talk about. Gotta get some stuff off in general because we don't want to eat too much time, of course. Here.
I will say it's actually the 2 last episodes that made me make my score go higher actually because I feel that's when the story starts for real now when they the orphanage is blown up but they still think it's part of the project or whatever, the children that still think the outside is part of the orphanage, so that makes open doors for better story. I will say if the orphanage was not there, I would probably not enjoy it as much as I did because I'm not too invested in the 2 main characters. I'm mostly invested because of the orphanage and whatever's going on there. Now, I also with what you said about the manga not being too popular, I'm not. That might explain because I was in Japan. I didn't see anything promoting this anime whatsoever, nowhere, which is weird.
I am not surprised.
But which is weird because like there's nothing for this, but they still have a ramen shop that promotes Rokudo's Bad Girls for some reason, but not this.
Wow.
Yeah, I did. We're gonna get to that one later, so I'm not gonna talk about it. But I did share that photo on Memories Discord, so that was
Yeah.
really fun.
Wow.
But
I barely even heard of Rokudo's Bad Girls. I only heard about like when it got a manga it was gonna get that the anime.
yeah,
And I just sped read the manga. It was not good.
yeah, we're gonna get to that one later. But overall, I still enjoyed it mostly because of the orphanage. And if we get a season 2, I hope to see more. Of when the children have gone outside. What their reaction is gonna be. Now I will. At last podcast, I did have my theory that what was played out in the orphanage was at the same time as Kiriko and the other one was walking. But some of you had theories. No, that's after. That's after the orphanage happened, etc. I'm starting to agree now when I see what's going on because now when the orphanage is blown up and those children can go outside, that could. Now I don't know what's going to happen, but that could be a hint why the monsters are outside too. Maybe we'll see. But that's my theory.
It's gonna be interesting how they're gonna how to direct season 2 whenever that they have enough material for that and whenever that may come.
Yeah, it sucks.
I
There's
mean-
apparently like there's not enough material for a season
Yeah,
2 right
yeah,
now.
yeah. It adapted
Wow.
up to I think chapter
32?
32 ish. Yeah, I think so.
know-
It sucks.
I actually have been told.
And there's only 55 chapters out. So yeah.
I know the amount adaptation because like actually I'm actually looking forward for more of this anime for part 2 if it comes out or for season 2 because well I enjoy the mystery side of things. I'm not sure about the whole gender gap gender switching and stuff like that, but I enjoy the mystery. And well the fight scenes looks okay to be honest, but yeah, let's just say I'm looking forward to season 2 in terms of seeing how will everything now finally ties together in terms of the facility and how Maru and Kiroku continue on with the journey. But again, the last 2 episodes really kind of like ruined it for me in terms of how they went for what happened. So for the sake of this video, I'm not gonna say it, but although the only benefit of the final 2 episodes is that it helped blow up my TikTok channel. So yeah,
one thing that I was kind of laugh about though was the old lady who
Oh,
is
yeah.
she's like the boss at the orphanage. How she just ran out of the
She just
wheelchair
ran out of her wheelchair.
and like
They were like,
and I
wait,
thought-
what?
Maybe
Yeah,
she just felt comfortable. Just
Yeah, she's not
standing there.
crippled. She's just lazy.
Yeah, and then I thought she died, and then in the next episode when they were giving Tokyo her baby, and she like, "Hello, are you still alive? What the hell?"
Yeah.
Like
yeah.
she's not giving up. So yeah, I was very shocked when she started running like that. What the hell?
That was funny.
Yeah, that was really funny.
Yeah,
Wow.
I like so like for me personally, I like you guys mentioned like the mystery aspect. I feel like this series for me at least like it always kind of kept me like guessing or like I guess like wondering or thinking about just I guess what was going on in general or what could be happening like just thinking of other possibilities. I guess it just kind of keeps you on your toes essentially. Which I really liked. And I also liked surprisingly, it was like I don't know, it was like very relaxing to me at points, like where they're just like kind of like it almost reminded me of like Girls Last Tour a little bit. I don't know if you guys have watched.
I watched it.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
one of my all-time favorites.
Yeah,
You mean
it kind
Adapt?
of,
I haven't seen it.
Okay.
I'm
It
assuming
ki-
you guys would say I should watch it. Girls Lost Tour.
Yes.
yeah, for
And-
sure.
Yes.
Yeah, but
Oh,
like
and
this
the
series
show.
kind
It's
of
a must.
reminded me of that because it's just like, the Maru and Kiriko, like when they're out just, kind of wandering around or like exploring or venturing out, they're just kind of like cracking these little jokes at each other sometimes. And just like, I don't know, it was just like very like also like relaxing to me at some points, which is just kind of like surprising, I guess. Because like with, some of the things that are going on in the series, I guess you wouldn't really like maybe expect that. But that was something I actually really appreciated about the series was just like those little moments like that. Yeah, besides that though, I mean, production wise, this is like that's probably one of my favorite aspects of the series too, is like the production side of things, presentation, direction, the music. That was just pluses for me as well.
Mhm.
And I'm curious to see where the content in the future goes, because I feel like we're just scratching the surface, really. So yeah, that's my thoughts on it. I gave it like an 8.5 out of 10, something like that.
Not bad.
Not
It's
bad.
like-
That's not a bad score.
That might be
Yeah.
actually the highest rating I gave something. Well, if we don't include like Vinland Saga, right? If we don't include Vinland Saga, that would. I think that would probably actually be the thing I gave the highest rating. It's either that or another one we'll talk about.
I get you.
Yeah, I don't really want to really talk much about like. But I think it just kind of just speaks for itself. How there's just like how there was this one episode where it just felt distinctively different in terms of direction and how some of the goofier face. I feel like which episode was that? That was the episode. Let me take a look. I think it was episode 9 or 10 or what was it? Like
What do
where
you?
it's just kind of. I think it was one that baby was. It was one like a baby turned out to be a Hiriko, one of the man eaters.
I think. Yeah, I think it was like around like maybe like episode like 8 or like maybe 10 or something. No, yeah, I think it was like
Yeah.
maybe like 9 or 10.
That one was that direction that it was having was very different, and it was just high quality all around. There was no massive drop off in that. And apparently, 8086 director was also doing episode 11, storyboarding for episode 11, because you could kind of clearly see where a lot of cues were gotten from.
Oh, the
86.
camera, the one camera part.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was like that instantly made me think of 86.
Which one? Which
Yeah,
one?
episode 11.
Episode 11.
Oh, that scene. Oh my god.
Yeah. I was like 86. Right when I saw that scene, I was like,
Oh yeah, it was like regardless of the context of that, the direction was just ridiculous on it. But yeah, it was quite the it was quite the impressive production. Like I've seen a lot of people, the soccer community, just praising the hell out of it, and that's cool and all. I will say that it was a show that I did really like a lot. Still liked quite a bit in the end, but I can't say I liked it as much as most people do. It's kind of funny how, like what Annabelle said, it's barely even relevant in Japan. Well, I'm not saying like they didn't care, like it's just completely non-existent. It's just it doesn't.
Uh-oh.
It didn't have like the sort of They did. Oh, is something wrong?
Yeah,
No.
you froze
You're
for a second.
good,
there.
you're good.
Yeah, you froze for a
Okay.
second.
Oh yeah, I actually noticed that the phone. Yeah, but yeah, it's
You
the
can yeah.
the
You can
actual.
definitely tell. Oh.
You could
Sorry.
yeah. It can like there's no drop off in there. Like the story is consistently engaging, even though it still has I feel like a lot of questionable plot choices here and there, and you feel like are we gonna get a good some payoff on this particular thing? And even if it does open the last scenes do open up something, I just feel like it also like some of the choices they made, like especially with the Robin dude, like I didn't like what they did there. I feel like he should have been characterized as someone else. Like if they just made him to a normal, really bad person instead of someone that was just lusting after a sister, a sister's body, like then I would have been more. I would have been okay with it, but not here. I thought that was unnecessary. Like they shouldn't have just gone down that route. You should have just made. He should have just been like a dude more obsessed with brain transplants or something like that instead of just this guy, this very
I mean, they have to spice the
lustful
plot,
guy.
I guess. So
It was a bad choice in my opinion to have that. It didn't completely ruin it, but it did just it still kind of affected to where like I'm not sure I can say it's really up there for me with some of the other shows that I've enjoyed. Like I'm not gonna lie. I was hoping I was gonna have it up there with Ocean Oko and Vinland Saga season 2, but I couldn't. But those last few episodes just kind of not a really good taste in my mouth there.
I still cannot believe Heavenly Delusion is like I don't see a lot of people talking about it, so that's why I didn't really have any high hopes making content for this anime. That's why I switched to short instead. Like the thing is though, like when I don't feel like this anime, the algorithm doesn't even good for my full reaction, I just switch to short and just upload onto TikTok and YouTube Short for now. Yeah, I mean, obviously, I obviously like this show itself is like some like very like mind blowing in terms of like some of the stuff happening, especially with like the monsters and the facility. But gotta say, man, the reason why I kind of like I already said this, but the final two episode though, I'm not sure whether was that really necessary though in terms of how Robin went about to did what he did to was it Kiroku? Yeah, Kiroku, because like bro, seriously, man, like that was just so wrong to be honest. Like I didn't,
I knew he was bad. When I
I was-
remember, he was bad. I know he was gonna be bad news, but the fact that it just comes off like that, it's just like you could have chosen a way better alternative.
And the final episode, though, the reason I think I argue with this, but I didn't really like the ending. Well, the ending was more annoying than how than me not liking the ending. It's just like how Maru. I mean, yes, you can say that Kiroku stopped Maru from being there to saving him from being like turning to a madman. But come on, man, Maru, that guy literally just did what he did that to you. And
Here's
you
the
stopping
thing.
Maru.
Here's the thing I want to say about that, because
Yeah, I did
wanna-
I do understand why Critical did that. Like, I understand it. I just didn't agree with it. I acknowledge that, like, that it makes sense why she would say that. But man, this is a killer that they're sparing. No, this is just a disgusting human being that they're sparing. So yeah, I didn't like it. I just felt like if Maru just gave him just like not necessarily kill him, but just knock him out or something. Just give him just a piece of work there. But yeah, it rubbed me the wrong way with how they handled it.
Yeah, it's
And
understandable.
you were saying Kawaii?
Oh, well, I mean, actually, I think I'll just, I'll get back to the final two episodes once I actually start talking about my, like, actual thoughts on, like, the show in general, which I might as well just do right now. Man, Heavenly Delusion. For those of you who haven't seen my top 10 anime of spring 2023 video, I put this as number 1. This is my AOTS. I have been enamored with this show ever since the first episode. As soon as I saw the first episode, I knew that this was probably one of the greatest shows that I've watched this year. One of my favorite shows I've watched this year. So I am gonna get into some spoilers. So Oliver, do you plan on watching this show?
Probably not, honestly.
Okay. So there are quite a few things I want to talk about. First of all, yes, we talked about the production value. The production value is superb. Like I mentioned back in the previous podcast, that it's kind of like movie quality, and I'm not saying that because like it looks as beautiful as Shinkai or KyoAni anime.
So the way it's like directed.
Yeah, it's like the way it's directed, kind of like the way it looks. Like the style is like it's so clean and just so aesthetically pleasing that you just can't help but love it. And so yeah, that's one of the big things I love about this show. Another is the world building. I love the post-apocalyptic setting, the way everything's been set up, and I also love the mystery behind the show. The mystery is easily one of the strong points behind the show, because usually a lot of times when you watch like anime or like movies or TV shows with like this like really big world and a lot of mystery, a lot of times like they present the mystery in a way like they give you a whole bunch of like complex and like convoluted shit, but they don't give you a lot of answers, and as a result of that, it just feels very confusing and not enjoyable to watch. It feels very convoluted. That is not the case with this show, because the way this show handles it is that they give you answers, but then they also give you questions, and the way they kind of like split it between like answering your questions and then giving you more things to think about. I really enjoy that, because it leaves you guessing, it leaves you crafting theories, and it leaves you like wanting more. So it leaves you feeling hyped for the next episode, you know, of what's more to come. And I really enjoy that about this show because there is just a lot of things intriguing about the show. The characters, the whole thing surrounding the facility and how that may connect to the world outside and how, you know, the world might have gone that way. And of course, the mystery behind the man-eaters. There's just a lot of good things to like. There's a lot of good mystery behind this show. Basically, what I'm trying to say. And I know, and the action is surprisingly good as well. So it's, of course, it's not the best action there is, but I will say, like, from production IG anime, it looks really good. Like, it's, in fact, it's a hell of a lot better than, say, Hell's Paradise action, that's for sure.
So heaven and hell. There's a heaven and hell comparison in terms
exactly,
of production.
heaven and hell.
Let's get that out of the way.
I will say though, probably my favorite, like, episode 8 is probably one of my favorite episodes. Not just
that's the best one.
Yeah, easily. It's just so like the emotional gut punch that gives you. It's so beautiful. It's emotional. It's a tearjerker, but it is just so beautiful. Now I want to going back to the last 2 episodes. I can see why not a lot of people would be a fan of it. Because I understand, you know, sexual assault, it's a very grisly topic. And it's, of course, it's going to make a lot of people uncomfortable. Me personally, yes, it did make me uncomfortable, but it's not something that will really drive my score down for the show. And I know a lot of people will say, "Oh, why didn't Maru just kill him? Why didn't Maru just kill Robin?" Here's the thing, though. The reason why it's fitting for Maru to not do that is for 2 reasons. One is that Maru lamented before that he didn't want to be a killer. Yeah, he didn't want to be a killer. I was about to
bring that up.
Kiriko didn't want Maru to go down the route and be like the thing that he hated. And the other reason is that Kiriko has been looking for Robin throughout the entire anime because for a large majority of her life, her life, she views Robin as just like a friend and kind of like a brotherly figure. So she has like a very like deep connection to Robin. So for Robin to suddenly betray Kiriko like that, like it's hard for her to accept that because like when you have someone you share like a really deep bond with just betray you in that way, it's very hard to just hate them immediately. It takes a while for that to process, to cope with that. So that's most likely why she wanted Robin to stop. She wanted Maru to stop because like she did, like, you guys may not like it, but she did feel some sort of still feel some sort of connection, familial connection towards Robin, whether we like it or not. But however, I have a feeling it's not going to be that way for long after what happened to her. So yeah, like I said, I can understand why people wouldn't like that. And I understand you guys' criticisms towards the last 2 episodes. But yeah, other than that, overall, I
have more of a problem with what they made Robin turn out to be than the actual oh, please spare him sort of thing.
I mean, there has to be a reason for it.
That's what I didn't like. The fact that he decides to go with sexual assault. That was wholly unnecessary. I felt like I still believe that. Believe that they could have just went with characterizing him in a more different way, where he's still a bad guy, but it's more acceptable, and then like it would make more sense. It would flow the same way. For the sexual assault, doesn't feel like it really adds to anything plot wise. Like the sexual assault part itself, like it was just like, why? Just make him a normal scummy person that just wants to torture, or just wants to be this madman with experimenting and all. That would be perfectly.
I feel like I feel like there has to be a reason to that, because I don't think that Heaven of Delusion is the type of series that'll, give you some like content like that just so that they can get a rise out of viewers. Like, I think there is a reason why Robin chose to is that way.
I mean, it depends on if he shows up again. Because apparently he just left.
Yeah, of course.
But until they can provide that answer, it's still something I felt like is a notable issue with their like they could have if they weren't gonna address it fast enough or like until then it's viewed as an issue. Like it can be, of course it can be, but addressed later on because that's how stories are. Like that's how plots are. Like when there's an issue that people can point out, the job of the author is to try to address it properly later on. That's how you build a story. That's how you get people engaged and all. That's at least part of it.
Yeah, I think really the only like complaint or like maybe like some sort of like iffy thing I have with Heavenly Delusion is that I think it can get like a little too fan servicey. I think it can lean a little bit too much into the sexual
Or too
humor.
lighthearted, maybe.
Like the sexual humor, like episode 6 for example. Like I wasn't really a fan of that episode,
that
like
part.
yeah, compared to like other episodes. But that's really just like a minor thing.
Yeah, that was silly, but it was just like
it's silly.
it was an issue, but it was like I didn't think too much about it honestly. It was just like, oh, okay, whatever.
Yeah, it's
Because I was a little bit more focused on other things at the time.
But yeah, other than that, Heavenly Delusion, it's oh my god, it's fucking phenomenal. And it definitely bums me out that there is not enough content for a second season.
Yeah. I did say like I was wanting to up there with Vinland and Ocean Cove for me, but like yeah, the last few episodes, there are some things that just didn't click for me there, and maybe second season depending on how they do the source material, like however that may get, whenever they can get the author can get enough material for that. I mean, I think he or she has to be. Is it a he or a she? Hold on. Let me check real quick. Oh, it's a he. Yeah, but like whenever I hope he's aware. Like, oh, second season. Oh, I'm probably gonna have to start put my thinking cap on or something. You know. But I mean, of course, you could take your time, whatever, and we can wait. I mean, this is a project that I'm pretty sure it took a long time in the makings prior to, because again I've mentioned before, a lot of the episodes. I heard all the episodes were done well beforehand. Prior to premiering and all. And it says a lot. It's like almost perfectly polished on the production side of things.
Oh yeah.
So yeah,
other than
think
that,
that's about it.
Yeah, are we ready to move on to the next anime?
All
Alright, next up on the list is Yamada-kun to level 999.
I have nothing really much to say other than the romance in this is just felt
Me
so.
neither.
What the hell is? I don't even like.
Me neither. I don't
like-
really have much to comment on.
What kind
it,
of romance
honestly.
is this?
I feel I'm sorry. I don't.
I'll be right back,
have
you
much to
guys.
say on that. I don't have
Like-
much to say on that. On it.
Like this is
honestly.
how I watched the episode. Like seriously, like I just like I mean the only good thing about this series is me is a,
Oh, I
is
was
a
actually
meme.
very. Oh no, never mind. I was actually very annoyed by the humor at times.
The thing
it
about
just
this
wasn't my
anime is
thing.
not just the humor, it's just the memes. The memes are really funny on TikTok, but also Minase Inori is literally the only reason why this series is relevant for me to finish in the first place, because like her voice acting for Akane is just so fun to watch, to be honest. So that's pretty much Akane is just like she's just a very mediocre heroine of the story. I mean,
It is
The
a
fact that-
shoujo. It is a shoujo story. So
it's a shoujo about gamers dating. So that's why
like I'm okay for people who do enjoy this. Like, don't get me wrong. But it just wasn't my thing, especially with game. I think the thing is, I'm gonna be honest. It reminds me a lot about like Neju Susume. I think that was the name of it. Hold on.
what?
Recovery of an MMO Junkie. I think it was like back in fucking
Oh.
2017.
That one.
It kind of reminded me of that. I wasn't particularly fond. I remember not. being particularly fond of it, but at the time I had it at a set. I had like a seven, I had like a 7, but at the time my average was fucking high. And it's just
Okay.
not. It just doesn't feel much. That's the sort. That's I got some advice from this, and I just wasn't feeling both shows in the end. Okay, apparently the Netju Susume manga got canceled a while back. Oof, that's not good. Yeah, but it just what this manga just wasn't my cup of tea. I'm glad that many other people enjoy it, but it just wasn't my thing. I tried to like because
People
it's the same
enjoy it for
director.
the
It's the same director for Chihara Fuyu, so it looked, it felt like it was worth something, and it was. It's not like it wasn't a total waste of time, but it was just like I wasn't feeling it. And the last episode just felt very unfulfilling either. It doesn't feel like we reached a proper conclusion with that either. So, but, I mean, which of course people would just say bring up a season two possibility. Man, this just wasn't my thing. I do, even as much as I do like the designs of it. I mean, it is by Madhouse, but it's just like I wasn't into anything otherwise. It was just kind of there for me
I
at
mean,
best.
at least the only thing I can get behind for this is that it's not high school. Well, it's somewhat high school, but it's
True.
not like
Oh,
high
Think
school thing again. So just like
that's
college, a mix
at
of
least that's
college,
something good.
a
No?
mix of college social life and just a bit of gaming and how people date via getting out of Discord. So
If
it's
it were,
like still though, like I don't understand the appeal of this anime other than Akane trying her best to find a new boyfriend. So well, whatever the case is, I'm glad this is over. I,
I
although I
would
did
say
although I did hear that the relationship will bloom even better, like after the season ends. So yeah, I'll keep my eyes out on anyone talking more about this. But this is all I can say is that this is very forgettable. This is very forgettable. So
for me personally, I would say I somewhat like this one. I'm not really crazy about it, but I would say for me it's like above average anime. It's kind of a slow burn in terms of like the actual romance progression. Which some people may like that or not. Personally, I did like seeing, because usually I don't like characters like Yamada, but as we kind of saw him start to open up more, like towards the end of the series, I think it's kind of a sign that if we do get another season or more content, or say if I did go and read it, I would probably like this series even more.
yeah.
With where it seems like hopefully it's going with his character, like him opening up more. But yeah, it is kind of a slow burn. They kind of beat around the bush, a little, even though they're like grown. That's
And
more
the
so things.
manga,
That's
manga
more
tends
so
to beat around the
things.
bush a lot.
Yeah, there's more. That's more so things you see in like the high school like romance anime is like when they do that. So yeah, that is kind of like to me. I didn't really necessarily like that, but I did think there were some positive signs towards the end. Maybe for like later on in the series. So yeah, I would like to see another season. I personally like the general aesthetic for the series. It's nothing crazy in terms of the production, but a lot of that, like, I love Chihaya Furu, so there were a lot of those same director, of course, but like there were a little like some little things where I'm like, oh, this kind of reminds me of Chihaya Furu, like how they kind of handled things aesthetically. So I did like that. I thought there was like by far my least favorite content was like the stuff with Runa.
Oh,
Yeah, that
I didn't.
What are we talking
I
about?
heavily dislike. I heavily dislike.
Well, I was saying my least favorite content by far from this series was the stuff with Runa, like towards the like.
Okay.
Yeah. I did not like that really much, and I would say the same about what's her name, the childhood friend girl, like that too. I wasn't really like, I like that more than the Runa content, but not by a whole lot. I'm gonna be honest.
Was she the one with the glasses?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, she's like a classmate. I don't think they're childhood friends. I think they're just classmates.
Well, they were I think they were like, well, I don't know if they were friends, but they were classmates when they were younger.
Yeah, I think so.
But yeah,
I
like
think
they've known
so.
each other for a while.
Yeah.
Or she's had a she's
Mhm.
yeah, but her like whole thing, I liked it more with Runa, the little like spotlight they gave her, but it wasn't by much. I don't know. I think if there was another season, or if I did read the manga, I'd probably enjoy this more. I still think it's above average for me. I did like the gaming stuff. I feel like there is some relatable things because I'm a pretty big gamer myself. So there were some relatable things from Yamada's POV. Even Akane, like her being kind of newer, getting into a game, because there's been games where I'm like newer, and like some of the stuff that she was kind of going through is kind of similar in a way. Kamota, I loved Kamota for sure. The old man, he was awesome. So that was like a positive for me. And then I would have loved, like, I don't know if the manga does this, because it seems like they're kind of hinting on it with like with Akane's friend, the purple hair girl, Momo, I think. Yeah, and Eita. They're kind of hinting at maybe they I feel like I would like that relationship way more than Yamada and Akane. Like if they do, like, yeah, because the whole series, I'm like, please give some more focus to Momo, because I feel like every time she's on screen, it's just like, I don't know. I really like her scenes. So I was like, damn, I wish she could really get some more focus, which it seems like they're kind of hinting towards that. She'll get a little more spotlight going forward.
I think she introduced herself like, I'm looking for a husband, when she said hello to Eita.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, there are some characters, there are some things I like about this series, but is it anything like, is it my favorite rom-com of the season? No. Is it one of my favorite rom-coms of all time? No. But there were some things I liked about it, for sure. So that's kind of how I feel about it. It's an above average rom-com for me personally.
Above average, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fair enough, honestly.
Fair enough.
I haven't spoken yet about these animes, so I agree. It's not the romance of the season. It's not. It's. I also think the romance is kind of slow sometimes. What kept me going with this one is really the comedy. I really like the comedy. It was spot on for me. So that was kept me going. And I do also, just as Memory said, I did like Momoko and Eita. I do ship them. So I hope that's going to happen. I hope we get to see some more focus on them in the future, because obviously she's trying to find someone in all these meetups that she's joining, she's not finding anyone. And then it feels kind of like fate that she now found Eita. So I hope to see more focus on that. Now when the main guy and Akane is a couple, right? So hopefully in the future it's going to be more wholesome. I think I'll stop there, because I did say a lot in the last podcast about this one. So yeah.
For me, I watched this too. Overall, it's just a decent rom-com for me. It's just okay, in my opinion. It's definitely, like you guys, it's not my favorite. It's not one of my favorite rom-coms this season. I do like the chemistry between Yamada and Akane. I think they have some okay chemistry. I do like them as characters. Also, like you guys, I also wish that Akane and not Akane. Sorry, Eita and Momo would become an item. And I did like Kamota as well. He's just a really wholesome character. However, and also, like Memory, I also enjoy the gaming references. We mentioned that in the last podcast as well. There are quite a few things that I can relate to as a gamer myself, or at least like a lot of like the content that I can like appreciate as a gamer myself. However, the main problem I have with this show is that the romantic chemistry is just, it's not very good. It moves at a snail's pace. I mean, yes,
exactly.
Yes, they did pretty much, I guess, pretty much become a thing at the last episode. But like the shit after that, it was like, Oh my god! Like it moves so slow. Like they're barely at the hand holding stages. Like they didn't even get to the hand holding stages until like the final episode, and then like yeah, I get it. It's wholesome. You know, there's some wholesome moments, there's some comedic moments, but it's like especially compared to like a lot of other rom-coms that we have this season, the romantic chemistry, it's just not there. They could have done a lot better. They could have been a lot bolder with the romantic chemistry. So yeah, I was just wasn't. Sorry, what were you gonna say?
I was just thinking because like, you know, we mentioned that about like it's moving so slow, and I'm just like looking at like these other shoujos that I've watched, and I'm just like, I think all of them are like the same way.
Oh, so maybe it's a genre
like,
problem.
I don't know. It's just like it feels like it's a common thing with like shoujo series. I don't know, like, because I'm just looking at the ones I've watched, and I'm just like, yeah, those kind of took a bit. I always
think about these shoujos, and I'm just like, they'll never be fruit baskets. I'm just.
It's like there's fruit basket.
Yes, there's fruit basket,
and then there's the rest.
Everything else.
Then there's the rest.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it sucks though, because like I remember during the first podcast we did for the spring season, I said that I was hoping that, you know, we get more out of it, because I mean it was moving slow back then, and I was hoping we get more out of it, but sadly we didn't really get some. I mean, yeah, I guess them kind of getting together was pretty satisfying, but it's just not. I still wanted more. It's just not as satisfying as I hoped it would be.
I feel like if we can get more into that, then even with my other issues, I would have still enjoyed it. Like I was like, because like, oh, there's progress. At least there's something moving that going forward and such. But if it just wasn't, there just wasn't enough there at the moment. So hopefully, if another season comes, it will address some of those issues at least.
Yeah, hopefully if another season comes, things will pick up, because I'm pretty sure it's fair to say that, you know, Yamada and Akane are an item now. So,
yeah, you would think from this point, like, things probably progress like more quickly.
Hopefully.
Yeah, hopefully.
But yeah, any final thoughts, or are we ready to move on?
Move on, I guess.
Okay, so apparently on AniChart there's a new Kaguya-sama installment.
I haven't even watched it.
No,
yet.
I watched it. I did watch it.
I watched it.
I just downloaded it, so
we could skip it. I don't really want.
Can we skip this over for the moment?
Yeah.
Because it's a movie.
Yeah, we can skip it. All right. So after that, the next. Huh?
You know, I told you earlier that I was uploading my shorts for Friend or Girlfriend.
Yeah.
Do you have any idea how many subscribers I just got from it?
Oh wow!
On TikTok. TikTok.
Oh, that's insane. Were you like trashing it? Is that why they like all subscribe to you?
Well, I was making fun of the scenes, but
well, there you go. That's why you got all those subscribers.
That might explain it. I mean,
oh my god!
I mean, hold on.
Maybe I should make more content on Girlfriend.
Well, I mean, it's so easy to. It's so easy. It's easy to change to fucking make at this point.
It's a great punching bag.
Yeah,
oh my god!
But anyways, here's what
I didn't expect to turn now. But anyway, just jump to Konosuba.
Let's move on to Konosuba, the Megumin spinoff.
The Konosuba prequel.
Is it a prequel?
Was this really necessary? Was this really necessary?
Yes, actually, I'm going to defend it. This was necessary because we knew nothing. We knew nothing about Megumin. Nothing.
So the whole movie was nothing? So the whole movie was...
with the movie, I have to say they did their own thing. They did not follow, from what I hear, they did not follow the the light novel at all. So technically, the movie is not canon. Boom.
Okay.
That's what
happened. And this one is actually based on the manga that they did. The manga did for it. So this one is officially canon. So there we go. But yeah, I freaking love Konosuba. This needed to happen. And especially since this is leading up, they finally announced well, we knew it was going to happen, but they finally announced a third season for Konosuba. And what I really liked about this one, like I haven't finished it yet as well, but I do like how it overlaps with the first few episodes of Konosuba. So you actually see, like, you see Aqua and
I like that. I like that part of this anime. Like,
and
you
like
so
it
I
does,
don't
it does
have
answer
much to talk
questions
about,
too.
so you guys can go
Like,
on with that.
I freaking laughed like because we see in Konosuba in season 1, like you see Aqua and Kazuma. We see Kazuma and Aqua like fill in these like massive holes in the ground. You go like, where did these holes come from? Like, what's going on here? But it turns out it was actually Megumin the entire time. I freaking love that. It should have occurred to me that it was Megumin.
Okay.
Yeah, I have I just have a soft spot for Konosuba. That's a massive soft spot for it. So yeah.
Does it answer the question to why was this prequel necessary? Other than seeing like Kazuma being isekai to the world and seeing how
What do you mean? Like Kazuma, we already knew Well, that's the thing.
No,
we saw Kazuma.
We actually get to see how he enters the world of. So that was a big part.
A massive blue light.
Like I said, the whole series was good. The moment that we get to see Aqua and Kazuma in the city of Exo when Megumin was doing her thing before she met them, the iconic moment to end of the season when Megumin introduced herself. That was the one thing I was looking forward to, and I got what I wanted, and I'm happy in the end. Although the prequel was fun. I mean, oh yes, we learned how Megumin, got her inspiration to be the explosion wizard. We get to see what she was like in school and how she left the family and why the sister reacted the way she did when she came back home back in the movie. So all in all, I would say that it was a fun season just to see Megumin's story side of things to how she led up to the very moment she met Kazuma. But for me personally, though, I would more love to see La Latina backstory. That is the one thing I was more interested in because of her complexity of being a rich girl. So that's why I think I would prefer La Latina backstory. But we're never gonna get that now because we get season 3 next winter. So, look, I mean, so sure. I mean, Konosuba.
Look, as far as like I get it, like, but I would rather have this in the meantime than continue to wait for season 3 because then I get a bit of like my Konosuba goodness to tie me over until season 3 comes along.
To be honest, though, this one, you're not gonna lie though. I actually make a meme out of this, saying that this is literally the show. They literally turn Konosuba into a shonen for some reason. Like Megumin was so serious with her magic. It felt like Naruto.
Well, she's always been serious with her magic, though.
Oh my god, it was so shonen like, man. It wasn't really.
But
to be honest,
Konosuba
though, it wasn't funny at all.
Isn't that what Konosuba
It wasn't a bad word.
Is a shonen?
Is what?
What?
Wait, Konosuba's technically a shonen? Yeah, kinda, I guess. I mean,
like it's a parody. It's a parody shonen, but it's still a shonen. Like it's making fun of all those tropes. And that's what Explosion on This Wonderful World does as well. It's making fun of those tropes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I'm sorry, I'm just not really. But I must say on that.
I'm not really feeling for this anymore. I mean, anything else you want to say?
It's just no disrespect against it. It's just
for me personally, I thought it was cool, just because Megumin's probably my favorite character, so it was cool to get more with her and like how she ended up joining. What was her inspiration? More with her and Yunyun. I liked, and even seeing some of the people that she like kind of like what she went to school with, like grew up with, essentially. I guess that was kind of cool to see. I mean, besides that, I don't feel like this was anything like this. Like, I'm not gonna sit here and say like this is my favorite Konosuba entry or anything like that.
I was gonna say that too. Like, it's not amazing.
Yeah,
but I am glad it exists.
Like, I think it fits. It fits, definitely. And I think it's good. It's something good to hold us over for.
Yeah,
the
that's
next
what I was
season,
saying.
for
Like,
sure. Yeah,
until season 3 comes along, this is our Konosuba goodness for the time being.
yeah. I liked it. I'm not too crazy about it, but I enjoyed it. So I don't really have much else to say besides that.
Yeah.
It's just kind of like you know what you're getting into when you watch this.
Yeah,
when
exactly.
you watch Konosuba at this point.
Right. I decided to drop this one actually. I got bored with it. The thing I know a lot, and also overall, I know a lot of people love Konosuba, but I've never really been a big fan of Konosuba overall, to be honest. I did enjoy
guess
the
it's-
movie, but the other rest of I feel like it's all right, but I never really understood.
I guess
the
it's
super hype
because
of
with Konosuba, like you got to be one of those people who enjoys the jokes. Like if you don't enjoy
Oh yeah,
the
if the
jokes,
comedy
you're
isn't
not,
hitting, if the comedy isn't
if
hitting,
the comedy's not hitting for
yeah.
you, if the comedy's not hitting for you,
Yeah, I
then it's
would
not for you.
Yeah, I would say it's not hitting for me at all. Actually, that's probably why I think it's pretty meh overall. So, and now we get this less interesting prequel of Megumin. So, if I wasn't enjoying the original Konosuba very much, then I'm definitely not gonna enjoy this one. So, I felt
that makes
that makes 100%
I'm just
sense,
gonna stop watching this one. So that's
that's
really what
why
can
I
say.
like me personally, like I really enjoyed season 1 of Konosuba.
Yeah.
Like it was amazing to me. Like, but season 2, like for some reason the comedy wasn't hitting as much. Like I still enjoyed season 2, but I didn't enjoy it nearly as much as season 1. But then the movie that came out, I enjoyed that a lot. So it's kind of a thing where like, oh, if the comedy, like we mentioned, if the comedy's not hitting, then it makes sense. Like, because I feel like Konosuba kind of relies on that a lot.
Well, yeah, the draw point for Konosuba is its comedy.
Yeah.
Like if the comedy is not doing anything for you, then yeah, don't watch Konosuba.
I also think, especially like with the first season and even like the movie and stuff, like, well, you can include the second season in there, but like, I feel like more so like the first season, especially like how they animate a lot of their like reactions and like their faces and like just it makes it even like more hilarious to me. So.
Yeah.
All right.
So yeah, we can probably move on, I would assume.
Yeah.
Can we
Kawaii
skip
Crew?
this? Can we skip this?
It's a guy's
Kawaii
cheat
Crew.
skill.
Oh yeah, I would love to skip this.
Okay.
I have no complaints.
Which
So-
one? Oh,
Let me
we
see.
Oh, skip.
I got a cheat skill in another world.
Yeah. This is the epitome of generic isekai.
Skip.
Generic
skipping this?
isekai.
We moving on to Skip and Loafer.
The only thing that is good about this anime, well, not isekai cheat skill, is just the waifus. That's it. I mean, I'm just watching it just for the waifus.
Can I just say? So, are we going to skip on over to skip to Loafer?
Yes.
Bravo,
Yeah.
Oliver. Bravo. I would send you an award if I could.
I was thinking about making a joke, but I just like, you know what? I'll pass it.
Oh my god! I mean, to be honest though, like, I just don't need another season of this. I just want one season of fun trash and then forget about it. And this anime is just the result of that. So yeah, what the studio is Millipensi.
Millipenensi.
I can see them.
Oh, the one that did Berserk?
Yep. The one
They
that
put
was
more
Damn
money.
it. God
They
damn
put
it.
more budget on the waifus than anything else in the series. They know the
I
only
don't
thing
like the designs, to be honest.
they
fucking
dude,
plastic.
trust me. They
Yeah.
know what else they will might as well just invest into the character design.
Yeah,
I mean,
that makes sense. This is the same
doesn't
studio
look-
that.
it doesn't look good. I can get that, but at least some of the design for the girls or something. That
Well, it
stands
makes sense.
Yeah,
It really makes sense because
Yeah.
this is the same studio that did Soma Spider. So what? That answers everything.
They're saying they did what?
This is the
Spider.
same studio that did Spider.
Oh, yeah.
So that explains everything. Because a lot of people were saying, "Oh, Spider deserves season 2." No, No.
Oh, boy.
Anyways, so I
Yeah.
have nothing. I don't want to say anymore. I might as well just end it there and let you guys go run riot with this next one because I'm still yet to watch episode 1. So
Okay.
yeah,
Mm.
I'll just go let you guys run riot with this
Yeah,
one. But
I didn't watch Skip to Loafer either.
Keep the Loafer. One of the more better shows this season, I would say. It was very enjoyable. I did say a lot during the last podcast about I thought about the characters overall. So I'm not going to go into detail in this time, but overall, I really enjoyed the majority of the characters. Just exception of some, of course. The drama guy with glasses, I didn't care for him.
Oh, I
And
didn't
also-
like him either. I don't
And
like him.
also the new girl who is kind of she has a history with his name is Shima, right?
Yeah.
The main guy. Yeah, like their history. The girl that
Yeah.
I'm not caring for her either. But
I'm kind of annoyed by her now, but I need to see more.
Yeah,
What do you mean, which one?
exactly.
Which one?
The girl
The-
that has like a past with Shima.
Oh.
Yeah.
Ooh.
So I also need some more time, but overall I'm gonna keep it short because I discussed it a lot last time. Very enjoyable show, very enjoyable characters, and I found a pin in Japan. So now I
Oh,
got back
nice.
to-
It wasn't
Nice.
it wasn't as well advertised over there, was it?
Did you see a lot of it or no?
No, I didn't see very much of it, to be honest. I just saw on Twitter that it had, I think it was called Graph Art or something like that. The store had this one, so I decided to go and buy it.
I see.
At least you got some.
Yeah.
I'll have to say a lot about it, but it's just so. For me personally, except with the exception maybe like even the characters I didn't like, at least I can get behind with. But the characters are all really likable in my opinion because
For sure.
they show them in a way where like you can get it, you can kind of get behind how they are, how down to earth they are, and how is it like how do you I'm not just so sure how to describe it. There's like this sort of thing of like the emphasis is on just like this normal sort of friendship. Not just that, it's also like just understanding, just trying to read the room or something, or just like because you can see with their interactions, like sometimes they don't need to say it out explicitly. They just kind of say some things near and there, and the other people kind of just understand to a degree, like the part where they were, Mitsumi and Sosuke. So the way they interact is like, because Sosuke is not really open with about his past for his background for a lot of reasons. Mitsumi just kind of, in a way, she can sense that she can kind of understand this. There's a lot of conversations where like they respect each other's sort of personal space or like and all that, but they still have these really really nice sort of interactions and how they can kind of how they get to know each other better to the point where Mitsumi there's a kind of a blossoming side of romance on Mitsumi's side as well, which I really like. It didn't feel like something really forced, and like it's kind of fun. It's really fun to see how she's not familiar with that sort of feeling before, or at least like she barely ever experienced it. It's just like, oh, this is right. The part where she just runs off, she literally calls her friend, and it just like, and it's just like, oh, it's like, oh, this is what just normal friends do, right? What?
No, she likes him. She just doesn't know it yet. That's
Yeah.
what I said last time too. You don't blush like that over just a friend.
Yeah, it was such a fun. Those are just fun interactions that I know I missed the last podcast, so it's unfortunate. But I liked how these characters. It just
It's very
kind of brings it
realistic,
down
though.
for me. What just kind of brings down for me why I don't have it as high as I would hope to, is that it as someone who has read the manga, it just feels like it hasn't reached that peak that sort of pinnacle with these characters yet. It hasn't reached those parts of the story, which of course, like I hope season 2, if it'll ever happen, can address that. But even then, it's still a very overall very very enjoyable show. Like I don't, there hasn't been any like a lot of people did come. I haven't heard a lot of people complain about what was that one girl's name again?
Talking about the
Ririka.
childhood friend.
I think it was Ririka, or was it what was her name again?
Ririka, I think her name was.
Yeah, I felt like she's very unlikable, but I thought her character was like in that way was wrapped up for the time being. I did feel like it could have been done a little better, but I was okay with how it was there. Like, of course, things just don't get solved that easily because in the end, she is still technically a child, technically a past friend of Sosuke, and the whole guilt and all. Like, it was scummy how what she was doing. I can understand that. Like, that's something I do have an issue with. But in the end, I feel like it was done actually extremely well. I was actually expecting the worst at the time, but it was actually had a lot better than I thought it would be.
I think it does a good job, like with her. I will say, because like some of her actions and what she was doing like kind of bugged me, but like I think it did a good job. It kind of like raises your curiosity on like their situation, and like obviously like Sosuke's past and all that.
Mm-hmm.
So I think it does do a good job of that, because I don't think you really we obviously don't have the full picture when it comes to them yet. So I wouldn't even be surprised if she's like a character I come to like depending on how the content goes in the future. Like I wouldn't be surprised if I came to enjoy her more.
Mm-hmm.
For me, I really like this series. It's probably between this and like, if we're not counting Vinland Saga, it's probably like between this and Heavenly Delusion for my favorite personally. I would honestly say that so far this year, I would say Mitsumi's probably one of my favorite main characters. I don't know if that's like a hot take.
She's a really lovable character. I like her.
She's very lovable.
Yeah, that's valid.
She's very relatable and realistic too. Because a lot of her like reactions to like the whole like, oh, this is what friends do kind of thing. Like it makes sense because she's literally from the middle of nowhere. So like like because personally, I'm from like I've been in the city like for like ever, but there was a stretch in my life where for like 7 or 8 months I moved to like literally the middle of nowhere. It was like when I was like in 7th grade or 8th grade or something like that. And I'm not even kidding when I talk about like how far behind, like maybe not nowadays, but this was so long ago. This is like 10 years ago or something like that, like a very long time ago. So like it's probably different now, but like when I lived there, I was actually mind blown. Like the people there were like listening to songs that I had heard that were like mainstream like a year ago. They were like so behind. It was actually like mind blowing to me when I moved there and lived there for a bit. Like the things that they were talking about, or the things that were like considered in there were like in like were the in thing in the city like years ago. And I'm just like, these people are just now talking about this. Like, so it makes sense. Like her whole like situation, how like kind of she's somewhat oblivious. She's learning obviously being in the city and being around all of her friends and whatnot. But like it makes sense, a lot of her like reactions and how she doesn't really know how friends act or how certain things go. So I like that part of it with her.
I do want to bring up one more character that I thought was also handled very well. Igashira. You would think a character like her would normally come off as very unlikable. But the way that the way they portrayed her, I can't help but really like her as well, because she's just like, it's just understandable how she may feel that way, how she was just, and oh, I have to dress all like glitter like that to just look good, and then you have Yuzuki just kind of just whatever she wears, she looks good in it somehow. It's when you see those sort of struggles she has and how she has to try to kind of accept it for what it is, and how she develops in that way, and she actually develops even more later on in the manga. But like, yeah, it's really it feels really satisfying to see how she see how she feels, and because of that, she's able to get more connected with the other with her classmates, and she Mitsu, Yusuke, and what's the other one, Kurame or Makoto Kurame, like they have a very little tight group there. I kind of like how they have their own thing, talking about all that, especially when it comes to Mitsumi. So yeah, a lot of these characters just really likable and just relatable to some degree. I just feel like it hasn't hit the better parts of the story. That's the downside I have for it at the moment.
I mean, we have yet to really like they've made little strides, but we've yet to really see. I feel Sosuke and Mitsumi like, their just whole dynamic like really take off. We have yet to really like dive into that. Like I think we're just kind of building like they're kind of like building blocks essentially, like with them. But even like the other characters, like I already like really dig their chemistry. But like in terms of the Mitsumi and Sosuke, we're just they're kind of building the foundation right now. You mostly, which if I'm already enjoying that part of it, I mean, I just
I will. I'm actually very caught up with the manga. It's my favorite already, and I'm not gonna spoil. But yeah, the next part of the stories, if they ever get adapted one day, I know PA Works is not known for sequels, but I do hope they can get one. It'd be kind of a shame if they didn't.
Yeah, I really like this one. I'll keep saying it, man. I've said it. PA Works. They just need to stick to adaptations, apparently, because
anime originals are not working for me anymore.
No more the day I became a god.
Shirobako was an exception.
I think
and to an extent, what was that one called
Makuya?
again? Huh?
Was Makuya PA Works? Yeah, Makuya.
Makuya, and again,
I like that
what
one.
was that? What was the other one? It had 2 seasons. It was. Hold on.
Is it kind of recent? The Eccentric
recent.
Family. I think that's
Eccentric Family. That one.
I haven't seen that one, but I know Memory has promoted that one on his YouTube channel.
Yeah, that one. Those were exceptions. Other than that, PA Works just does.
Yeah, I'm still gonna. I know you guys don't agree with me. I'm still gonna say Aquatop, even though what they did with the second core, which kind of like the drama was removed, but I still liked Aquatop for what it was. Actually, that was actually one of my favorites.
I want to like. I remember. I wanted to like that too.
That one was.
And it just
that one. To be fair, that one was better than. I mean, than like Akiba Maid War, Apari Ranman, like Fairy Gone, the Dad Became a God.
Yeah, I don't even remember. I barely remember shit.
Sirius the Jaeger.
I barely remember shit with Sirius the Jaeger.
Oh my gosh.
There was like one. Actually, there was like one scene I did like from Sirius Jaeger, but it was just so distant. I barely remember shit now.
I did mention it in the last podcast, but I don't think Memory watched it. But I'm sure you watched it, Ryu. What is it called? Nagi no Asukara.
Yeah, I watched that.
That one I really liked too, actually.
I haven't watched that one. I
didn't like it that much, honestly, but yeah, it's still this one is still better than Nakame, like the other ones. They're just still kind of cut about it. But it's just like, they should stick with more just adapting manga instead of just trying to do too much of their own thing. Because they can only do so much. But like if it's not gonna sell well with these anime originals, then don't try them unless if you got something well planned out.
Yeah, they don't learn. Like none of the previous originals have succeeded, and then like let's keep going until we.
Nagi no Asukaro is actually good. Just like
Yeah, I like that one too.
Yeah. We're not saying it's like just how a person feels. Like I said, was a good anime, but it's just like
I do remember that
most of
season.
the.
That season, I like it. That was one of my favorites when that season was airing together with Golden Time. So I had a blast that season.
Oh, that was way back. Oh, it was way back. Yeah.
But as
Yeah.
long
was
as
like
we don't,
2013.
as long as we don't talk about Glass Lip, okay?
Oh boy.
I haven't seen that one.
Oh no! As long as we don't
You
talk
don't
about
want
the day,
to.
I like as long as we don't talk about the day I became a god.
Yeah,
Well,
that
that's
one
not-
is. Oh boy.
That one was one of the worst things I've watched in
Jeez.
recent years.
The
Man,
funny thing is, though, I got so much hate for hating on it on the last episode. Like, what the fuck?
I just stopped doing reactions on the last episode because I knew it was just gonna be a dumpster fire.
Because I literally call out every single plot that didn't make sense, and people say, "Oh, but it's emotional," and they did it for the emotional. Dude, I felt
But-
nothing at the finale. I
But
don't
thought-
want to go into it again. I don't want to go back into talking
No,
about that.
I also think the ending was kind of weird, actually. You know, yeah.
Oh, the whole thing with it just.
A lot
it
of people
didn't
just like
click.
what's his name, Jun Maeda.
Yamada.
Yeah.
I feel bad for what happened to Jumeda though. He, as much as that was a dumpster, he did not deserve that sort
Oh
of
no,
social
he didn't.
backlash.
Oh no,
Yeah.
he's now making a game now. So
Yeah,
He's
I
not-
haven't heard. We haven't heard. I hope he's doing like wherever he is. I hope
he's
he's
making a game now.
doing.
So
I hope
Like,
he's just
he-
doing all right, man. Like that he didn't deserve that shit.
He was the one who made Clannad, right?
Yeah,
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 and like
Little
Angel,
Busters.
Angel
I
Beast.
still remember Clannad After Story. I will never watch After Story again because that was just too painful to watch.
Mm.
Okay, let's just end it there and move on to something. Okay.
Oh, wait.
Why crew hasn't spoken about this?
Wait, where is he then? There
Oh,
he
I'm
is.
right here. Okay. Yeah, I'm just gonna get my thoughts out of the way real quick. So, Skip and Loafer. Yeah, this is probably also considered one of my favorite rom-coms this season. In fact, probably one of my favorite shows. In my top 10 video, I put this at number 4. I really just like the wholesomeness and the comedy of it all. Like, also the characters. The characters are, I said this before, I'll say it again. The characters are very likable. They are very interesting. And sometimes they're relatable as well. And like you can understand where a lot of them are coming from. Yeah, I just really like the characters.
Totally.
Yeah. The characters in the show are just really good. Especially the characters that not a lot of people are a fan of, like really kind of Mika. Like, yeah, like they're not the most likable characters, but you can see where they come from, especially Rika. Considering like, yes, we don't know much about Sosuke and Ririka's past, but like you can understand where she's coming from, considering the fact that you have Sosuke who's enjoying his time at the festival and at school ever since that event, and while Ririka, she's struggling. I can't remember exactly what dilemma she went through after that incident, but yeah, I do remember she was like kind of struggling in a way. So yeah, of course she would be like kind of mad at Sosuke for that. So I can understand that, but still, I was not really that big of a fan of a character. Also, I just really like the comedy and there's just so many wholesome moments, especially with Mitsumi and Sosuke. In fact, Mitsumi, I don't blame Memory for thinking she's like one of like his favorite like MCs. Like she is just so adorable and just so likable. And she has this really good chemistry with Sosuke. What else?
The dance scene on the steps.
That was so
Dude.
adorable. That was great.
That was one of my favorite scenes in the whole series for sure.
Which one?
Exactly.
In the opening?
Like when they're like well, that too. That's awesome.
Yeah, it's
but
like episode 10 where they were like
Oh,
rehearsing.
yeah,
the
oh,
play.
yeah.
like,
the dancing.
reenacting
The dancing.
like the play or whatever.
Oh yeah, that one. That was really
Yeah.
good. That scene was really good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think really the only problem I have with this anime is the final episode. The final episode, I really wasn't a fan of because I was hoping that, I mean, it's not bad. I wouldn't consider it bad, but I was hoping to be more conclusive because we never actually found out like what exactly happened between Sosuke and Ririka, which is a question that I was hoping that the final episode would answer. But I guess they they just kind of give us like glimpse or like hints of what happened. Also, I wish there was something conclusive. We got something like satisfying with Sosuke and Mitsumi's relationship, but we didn't really get that in the final episode. So yeah, that's another thing I was kind of hoping for. But yeah, other than that, overall, like Skim and Loafer is just a really wholesome, fun time, and I would definitely wouldn't mind a second season. In fact, I really hope it would get a second season, because there is a lot of things that as enjoyable as it was, it had left a lot to be desired. But yeah, I think that's pretty much it. Ryu, did you have something else to say, or?
No, it's fine.
Okay. All right, are we ready to move on?
Yeah, we got to keep this short too.
Okay.
Right. The next one
Alex.
should be some discussion about the visuals here.
Oh, boy. I'm just going to say right now, I am going to die on the hill of Insomniacs after school.
Oh my god. How do you like to be cooked, Kawaii?
Oh, go ahead. Get your frying pans ready. Get your fucking your woks, your knives.
I wish the Monogatari director from Call of the Night was there. There would have been a lot more dynamic direction with it. Because I actually do like the Insomniacs manga, but the anime just feels typical. Yeah, there's some nice stuff here and there, but I noticed where a lot of the visuals don't just feel striking enough to really get me invested. The characters, like, when I know it's a manga and anime difference, but the way the characters, interact, and maybe it's the whole voice acting, how it was, and maybe there's an issue with that, but it just doesn't click for me like it does with the manga. Like, the manga has some sort of where it just feels like a fever dream of sorts, to where it's like it feels very, like it has a great vibe. I don't get that in the anime form, sadly. Like, I only get it in like some spurts here and there, like sometimes during the nighttime, but that's about it. It doesn't feel It doesn't feel as, dynamic as I'd hope. And it's nothing against those who do enjoy this series more. It's just, for me, it just feels like, as someone who's read the manga, it was just not there for me. And even without that, it just felt like just kind of a passerby. It just doesn't have me invested, because what had me invested with the material wasn't so much the characters, but it was just like the whole vibe of it. And like, there's also the part where I felt like not much, like maybe they just kind of cut, some context was cut, because there was just one scene. I don't remember which episode it was, but I think it was like episode 9, where a guy that just kind of randomly just ran out crying or something, and that just felt off. Because in the manga that was a weird moment.
That was when like the thing got canceled, right? The event.
Yeah, that was so weird.
Yeah.
Right,
that was really weird, and it just kind of it just kind of reaffirms my problems with, they cut out some of the in-betweens that would lead to the more important scenes to be more impactful. Because apparently, if I remember correctly, something happened with him prior to, where I think he got rejected with something, and it kind of just led up, and then that part with it was just kind of like where he just snapped emotionally, basically. So to have that just not be there just didn't help for me personally. But of course, for those who are not familiar with it, like, it would just feel off, or like some of my friends like said that part was just wild and random. They didn't like how out of left field it was, with how it just felt like out of Gada's character.
Mm-hmm.
It just like, it was just like a case of really like just where the adaptation just kind of fucked up, and that's one of the many issues I did have. I'm not so sure if you can. I'm sure there'll be some sort of argument to try to defend that, but it just wasn't there. Like, sorry, it just felt very awkwardly placed, in my opinion.
I think they missed out on like an opportunity there. Like if they actually would have went through with that event, like I feel like, I don't know. I feel like there could have been like, it's kind of cliche, but it's like, like in the school festivals, like there's usually an impactful like, development progression, like romantic moment that happens. Like I feel like it could have been like one of those where like at the end of the event or something, like after it was a success or whatever. Like,
so you're saying the event shouldn't be canceled? Shouldn't have been canceled?
Like I think they missed out on an opportunity by like.
I mean,
but I guess it's still made for like some kind of development. But
yeah,
I don't know.
But the context to lead up to that was missing in the anime form, and it should have still
kind of
been
randomly.
touched upon.
Yeah, it just kind of like, oh, it rained, like or whatever. But I don't know. Just his like the whole outburst was kind of like to me too. I wasn't really. Yeah, I didn't. I'm kind of with you on that part.
It frustrated me. I'm just like, did they just really just do that? Go ahead and just do that without at least like, even if I was anime only, that would just been so. Wow, I'm just like, how? Why did he suddenly break it out? What the fuck? And yeah, I'm not as I know I'm not trying to like. I know this is like this one issue, but it just really bugs me. It just kind of just goes to show that they just cut out a lot of the helpful context that would help more of the more impactful moments. Like when you see how they're doing their own, how they're kind of just running away, just doing their own thing. Like Yamada-kun just kind of ran away, just do their own thing. I felt like there wasn't enough built up to that point. I felt like that sort of relationship that they had. Like, I don't think it can just be done in a season in just a single core's worth. I just doesn't feel like enough was there. Like, sure, I know people would just want that quick gratification, that quick jump to that sort of point, but there needs to be a way to just kind of have a much more coherent development, like a pathway to that. And I don't think the adaptation did that for me. Like again, like some people will just still enjoy it for what it is, as how wholesome it is, and not care about those sort of issues. But it just stuck out too much for me, to where it's just like, oh, it's just one era and out the other, which is sad because the manga is something I would recommend. By the way, I think Viz has them on. I think Viz has them on there right now. Yeah, they actually have some chapters readable if you want to check those out. Or you could just check them out on any manga website.
For my case though, like I understand the appeal from this in terms of like those two spending time together in the middle of the night, like trying to like
Yeah, that's the
enjoy
main draw.
Insomnia.
I do like it, but
Enjoy Insomnia, but then after that though, I just kind of feel like they lose focus of the story. It just become a regular romance series now, especially like how they just spend time looking under the stars. Like, yeah, I mean, sure, it's romantic and stuff with that, but I don't know. Just the final 4 episodes, just it didn't really hit the same as it did for the first 2 episodes. So, I mean, I enjoy the romance aspect of it. Don't get me wrong, but it's just like I just don't. I just like feel like the appeal of this just died after the second half of the season. It just became a regular romance anime. But again, though, in the end, I like how they developed their relationship for each other. They became officially a couple, and that's the happy ending for the series. Because I heard like later in the manga it gets depressing again. So I was like, oh really? So what happened? She go to hospital. So
you
yeah,
heard some people
No,
spoil you.
no spoilers.
I'm just basing what I hear from Twitter. Okay.
I know.
I'm
Just
Well, you would
reminder.
think
Not
it would
gonna say
be
anything.
based on what if anything did happen, it would be based on what her.
I
like,
mean,
going on
there
with
were
her.
leaks that it's gonna get that's probably gonna get a season 2. Don't know when.
I'm pretty sure it's been confirmed it's a season 2.
Oh,
Yeah.
I mean, well,
they?
not officially confirmed, but some reliable Weibo leaks, that's for sure.
Mm.
So yeah, I don't blame anyone that does really feel like enjoy the show. Like apparently there's one particular mutual that is usually about as harsh as me when it comes to most seasonals, and he still particularly likes this one despite how badly the adaptation was cut. As someone who's also like a fan of a big fan, like the mangas was his favorite as well. So I guess there's some biasness there, but for me, it just doesn't have that enough. I always say this, meat to the bones. I know it's a corny way to say it, but it just wasn't enough there. I mean, I don't know if season 2 can rectify because they did kind of rush through a lot of stuff from what I can remember. I think it was like they covered like maybe around 50 chapters through 13 episodes. 50 chapters through 13 episodes, or was I wrong? Hold on. Yeah, they covered like up to chapter 55. So yeah, I felt like that's a lot. That's too much within 13 episodes, in my opinion, as opposed to Skip to Loafers, which apparently only had like they only adapted up to, I think, not even 30 I think Skip to Loafers, if I remember correctly, only adapted to around like chapters 25 or something. Let me check. Let me double check. Yeah, actually, Skip to Loafers only adapted 23 chapters.
Wow.
That's faithfulness. Yeah. So yeah, that's a big difference, honestly. And again, it disappoints me that because the material is really good, but if you can't like, and I know anime and manga are different, but sometimes like you do need enough context from the manga to tell a more coherent story. Otherwise, the story is kind of just so it's kind of a lot of loose, just kind of loose around it, and some pieces are not put together properly. But yeah, that's really all I have to really nitpick about it. I mean, no defense to anyone who does enjoy it, though, in the end.
I mean,
I,
I just find it a very fun show to watch on a Tuesday. On Tuesday morning. So yeah,
Mondays on our end.
Yeah, Mondays on our end.
Right.
Oh, go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, I did enjoy it for what it was. I found the school, by the way, because I took the train to Nanao
Oh.
station, so I found the school. They actually have the observatory up there too, so I was able to found that.
Is it closed down? Is it closed down, or is it some like sort of museum, or what happened?
No. It's actually it's actually a regular school. I saw students
Nice.
walk there.
That's
so
actually cool.
That's
So they
really
did
cool.
save. So they did save the observatory after all.
I don't know if they use the observatory or not, but it's there, and the school is like it's still a school, so it's not.
That's actually really nice. It's
Right.
kind of nice when you go to Japan, you get to see the references there in any fiction, and it's like, oh, okay.
That's why I went there, because I had a trip to Kanazawa, which is nearby, and then I could take the local train to Nanao, where this is. So I
How
decided
is
to
it?
go there.
How was the train ride there? I wonder.
Like
Like,
it's very like I was probably the only. It was like non-Biori pretty much. You go
Wow.
very local on the. I know I said it a lot, like, oh, there's non-Biori everywhere, but this really felt like going through non-Biori. Very nice stations out on the countryside. But also I caught up to the anime when I got home, and then I could see Nanao because they had a festival there, right? So I was like, oh yeah, I recognize those streets. I walked there.
That's really nice.
Yeah. So it was really nice to visit that. One thing I do like with the second half is that they finally explain the reasons for the insomnia now. For her, we know what it is. For him, it
Disease?
seems to. I'm sorry?
Was there a disease?
I think there was something with her heart, right?
Yeah,
If I
she had like a
Yeah.
heart condition, and she was anxious that she might not live to see another day. So that's
Right,
kind of
right.
basically what it was.
And for him, I think he was too young to remember it, but for him, it was obvious because his mother left while he was asleep. So he's like, that's why he's scared. He's scared of falling asleep right now. There's still something unconscious now, which, they finally explain now what was going on. And also, the final couple, I did like the kiss scene, I actually did like that the sister decided to go with her boyfriend instead, leave them alone. And I'm like, yes.
Exactly.
Now, of course, she got in some trouble afterwards because his sister was stupid enough to post it online. Oh, I'm with my boyfriend. That's like, why? Why do you do that?
They did. That's.
Yeah.
It
So
reminds me of Oshinoko how
They at least they
how
didn't
kind
go.
of found Akane and Aqua because real time posting.
yeah, something like that. So yeah, she got grounded, of course. But yeah, overall, I think I gave this one a 7 out of 10 actually. So and
That's fair. That's fair.
I also think actually I did like the Night Skies. I know some of you had some problems with that, but I did enjoy the Night Sky actually. But I haven't read the manga either, so maybe I don't have anything to compare. it with,
Please
really.
do check out the manga.
Right, I forgot
this.
I forgot to say that also. While I was in Anao, there was a Family Mart near the station, and they had shelf with this manga on. They didn't have any other manga, but they were promoting that manga.
Wow, nothing
So they-
else. But
Yeah,
that manga. That's
yeah.
sweet.
At least what I saw. So they're like, oh, this anime, is ongoing. They're promoting our little town because it's not a city; it's a little town. So very charming, very
nice.
charming little town.
Very nice.
Yeah. So
I'm glad
that's
it's getting that. I'm glad it's getting that rap. It does deserve it, even if the anime wasn't up to the wasn't up
But
to par.
that's really what I liked about going abroad to Japan. Right? I like to see these anime places in real life. I also found a lot of bullshit rock places. So
Oh,
so yeah,
gotta go there.
yeah. Anyway, I don't have anything else to say about Insomnia.
Anyone else?
Kawaii,
Yeah.
go for it.
Okay. So, in my top 10 video, I put this at number 3. This is one of my top 3 favorite shows of the spring season. This is, and also probably one of my favorite rom-coms, because this is just such a good show. In fact, I said it before, I'll say this again. This, I would probably say, is my favorite Litten Films anime of all time, as of right now. In fact, I'm about to spit a hot take. I would put this over Call of the Night. I mean, before it was Call of the Night, but after this anime came along, I think this is now my favorite Litten Films anime. I just really like the wholesomeness and like the chemistry between Maguri and Ganta. Now I can't, of course, as an anime only, I can't speak for how well it adapted from the manga. And at first, when I first saw Ryu criticize the adaptation, at first I didn't agree with it, but then now, okay, I'm starting to understand maybe where he's coming from, because I try to picture it from a manga reader's point of view, because yes, I do think Litten Films, they're not known for having KyoAni levels of visuals.
Well, certainly not. I'm looking through
exactly.
that. And
Plus, Litten Films, I guess the animation could have been better, and yes, it is. I'm sure, it is maybe a standard adaptation. It's not doing anything to elevate the source material or anything like that. But still, I enjoyed it for what it is, and I disagree with the fact that there wasn't anything substantial leading up to the kiss, because I'd argue that we got a lot of stuff leading up to the kiss, considering the amount of time that Ganta and Isaki spent with each other beforehand, taking photos together and literally sleeping together, cuddling. In fact, it'd probably be stranger if they didn't kiss. It wouldn't make sense for them if they didn't kiss. And I also disagree with the fact that that it's a standard rom-com series. It's not. The way I see it, if this was a standard rom-com anime, there would have been no kiss. We'd be still at the hand-holding stages or something, because that's what we see a lot in rom-coms. So yeah, I'd say this is like above the average anime rom-com.
Okay, so that's probably not what I meant to say. It's just more like it was one of those shows where like even if it's not doesn't feel typical, it just doesn't feel like it's has me really engaged as I had hoped. And it's just more like because of me knowing the context of it, it just feels like what the build up that was there, like everything in between for me personally, that I felt like would make that part, the kiss, a lot more gratifying. It wasn't there for me in anime form. And I know like you kind of have to cut corners when you do adapting it, but I felt like with this, it was just a little too much to where like it just kind of ruined it for me. But again, for those who are okay with it, it's fine because I can see why they decided why to have that kiss that early, and why they kind of wrapped it up in a way that early. Apparently that part, the last part in the final episode was kind of anime original. So yeah, I can kind of see why they had to just kind of had to go through that pace because they wanted to reach a certain stopping point, which while I don't agree with, I can kind of understand. So I'm not so sure about this how that second season will go, personally. So yeah, I can understand. Just not really fond of it as an adaptation as much as I can. I mean, but I mean it's okay. I am happy it's getting rep over there, rep wherever it is. Like what Anipol just kind of brought up, though.
Yeah, and I can understand, like, you know, being, like, not too fond of this anime if, like, you're a manga reader and they did, like, cut corners, as you say, like, cut significant corners, as you say.
Yeah, maybe if, although, like, maybe if, say, if, like, anime only, like, I might have still had issues, but not as much. Like, but it's just that familiarity just kind of, you know, can kind of ruin it if the adaptation does seem to have issues that you notice, you know, and sometimes it can be passable, and sometimes they cannot be. And for me, it was just more so the latter. That's all there is to it.
Yeah, I understand that. But yeah, overall, I mean, I really enjoyed Insomniacs After School. I also think like the music is just really good, like especially the music. Some of the music that plays when they have like the montages.
That's one thing I can really praise. The music.
That's true. Also, one thing I do want to add is that there's a lot of I feel like it's been happening ever since this anime started airing. There's been a lot of speculation. Well, I guess like ever since it was revealed that Isaki had a heart condition. There's been a lot of speculation that, you know, there might be something like really depressing that might happen later on, considering the fact that she has a heart condition. In fact, I kind of theorized that too, if I'm being quite honest. Like, I think there is enough room for there to be like this really hard gut punch. Now, there are some people who think that it's not gonna happen, that it's not the type of series to pull that off, but I'm still wondering this. I'm still like wondering, can't help but wonder, like if that is ever going to happen. Because I feel like it can go one of both ways. It could be the type of anime that pulls that off, but it could be the type of anime that doesn't. But we're just gonna have to wait and see once the second season comes.
Yeah, the thing is that the doctor said that she's gonna be fine. So I guess we're gonna have to trust that. But what I think what the heart disease is really doing is, you know, making her just scared that anything that happened, and that might add a bit to her story, her drama. I personally don't think anything's gonna happen. I don't think this is gonna show that would do that, because I feel that if that would happen, it should be more built up. Like, for example, Your Lie in April, that was clearly built up before something happened.
Yeah, I've seen comparisons to Your Life in April.
Yeah, but in this case, I just don't see the sign of it. All I see is that she worries about it, but I don't see any sign that that's gonna happen.
Not trying to spoil. I personally do not think it's gonna happen at the moment. But the tease is quite real. So just prayers it doesn't go that way.
Yeah,
Like I really don't think it would. I don't think that sort of tragic ending would be befitting the way I see it. Honestly, I just hope they don't go that route.
I don't know how I would feel about that either. Because for me, it would just be too sudden. I don't know if I would get very emotional if that would happen. Actually, it's gotta be more built up for me for really it's gonna come slowly and steadily. Maybe she gotta be in the hospital and get worse. Then I can feel something. But if it's just like that, I don't know how I would feel.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, we're just gonna wait and see. But yeah, overall, Insomniacs After School, great romantic chemistry between the characters, great music, great visuals, lots of cute and wholesome moments. But yeah, other than that, are we ready to move on?
Yes.
Yeah,
Next
finally,
up-
let's go. Come on.
Next up is another rom-com that I actually am not watching this one. Tonikaku Kawaii
Jesus
season 2.
Christ.
and I dropped this one.
Oh, God.
I don't even want to talk about it.
I'll
What?
talk on your
You guys gonna have
I'll talk in your stead. Season 2 was a waste of time. Season
I
2
Why?
thought,
I don't think so.
thought as
Season
a manga
2
reader
was
that it
an
would
absolute waste.
cover Tsubasa's backstory. From
Dude,
those
the opening
visuals.
was
And I was
literally
like, oh,
like-
maybe this will be worthwhile, even given my current stances with both anime and manga. But it did not do that. It did not do that at all.
Not gonna lie though,
So,
the first 3 episodes was just like what we have for season 1, just wholesome, coupley stuff, the flirting or stuff. I mean, the only thing I can give compliment for this is just the fact that they able to bathe together. They're finally bathing together. And
Yeah.
that
I
is
finally got to
development.
that episode. I finally got to
Yeah.
that episode.
That development is all I've been asking for a long time, and I'm very glad we get to see it. No distraction. People, they're just having their alone time. So that is a big W already. But the only thing that I was looking forward to this season is the backstory, and they literally tease everything on the opening. The opening was just there just to tell us that, oh yeah, we will dive into their Tsukasa's backstory, how she got to where she is. I mean, I was so excited for that, but then the excitement died down the moment I realized that they went camping. They just basically the grandma just tried to tell Nasa to reassure his like commitment for Tsukasa, and that's it. I mean, that's cute and stuff like that, but I need some of those development for Tsukasa, because all we get from her is that she's just best girl. That's it. I mean, I would defend this anime if we get to do the backstory, but this season it just felt so. I don't know. It just felt very. I mean, there are development for the couple, but that's just like only like 10% of what I enjoyed from the season. The rest of it, I was hoping for the backstory, but we don't get it. And so that's why I hate to say it, but this season was just a waste of time. So
yeah.
yeah.
Well, we
Um,
might get a third season. We might get one.
We
I don't
do. We
know.
got OVA. We got like a
Yeah, that's not.
4-episode
Yes,
OVA.
but that's not a third. That's not a third season. That's an OVA.
It's
That's
a
different.
sequel. It counts as a sequel. So
Yeah, right.
Okay. Well, the next show here is one of my favorites, and this was a show that
I think. Sorry to interrupt, but I think I will also bow out too, because there's nothing else for me to talk about because I didn't watch anything else.
ouch. So there
Yeah.
isn't really much else to say. Well, I'm gonna be honest right now. This could be literally just a part 1 and just try to record for later, but I guess I could try to leave off with Boku no Koko no Yabayatsu, The Dangers of My Heart.
yeah, I think we just.
This
end
was
it there.
one of those where I was so apprehensive about it at first, both manga and anime wise, and the way I feel about it now, back compared to when it first started, was like night and day. and for the better, honestly. I I can't say this is up everyone's alley, honestly, because of how it starts out. But for me, I like how the cringes build up the wholesomeness and how the the main guy Ichikawa is how grows and develops, and how Yamada herself, even if she's not, if she's kind of like kind of an airhead, she can kind of kind of read how Ichikawa, like how she just interacts, and how like Ichi, how Ichikawa reacts and Avatar kind of responds. It's kind of like the interactions kind of like they slowly get to know each other because the sort of the gestures and cues and all. It's very fun to see. It's especially really funny to see how the other characters kind of look on and see it. And the fact that Ichikawa, he's not like, yeah, it's kind of weird how it starts out really discomforting how he has these wild fantasies and stuff, but it turns into something a lot more. And if I'm not gonna say, I can't say I'll try to. I can't. I'm not gonna try to force anyone to like this one because I understand the weird implications of it. But we've all had these moments when we were much younger where we would have a lot of these many, or at least many of us have these wild fantasies about things all the time. Like we just don't want to be open about them because of how embarrassing it can be. We just kind of keep it to ourselves. But because because we're looking at things from Ichikawa's perspective, we get a lot of it, and it can really be discomforting. But at the same time, it's understandable. It's relatable, and Ichikawa just wasn't some. He's just someone that he doesn't look highly about himself. He doesn't think highly of himself, and like he just feels like was just mostly disconnected from everyone. And the only one who doesn't think, and the only one that sees the more positive in him is, at least the one near around is Yamada, and that's why that sort of relationship just kind of built up really nicely. Because she regardless of how he is, she grows quite fond of her, and Ichikawa just like there's also sort of a mutual feelings for about mutual feelings as well. Of course, it's still not quite developed anime wise yet. I mean, there's steps there are steps taken along the way. But yeah, that's all I can really say about it. Like those interactions are really nice. Like it's also kind of a nice change of pace too with how rom-coms are here, in my opinion. I I'm I don't really have much else to say about it. I mean, because it is kind of getting late though, sadly. So.
Yeah. I'm gonna keep it
I
short.
didn't really understand. I didn't really like the romance for these two. To be honest, I mean, I can understand the appeal of it because like literally it was trending on social media, but it's just that it's kind of off-putting for me, to be honest. I didn't really dig the romance at all, especially like I said this in the previous podcast, but the height difference didn't really do it for me, to be honest. So yeah, that's why when I was
If it
I,
helps
I,
you to know, well,
I when I
back in high
watched
school,
when I was watching this each episode, I was just like, whatever, moving on. So yeah, sorry, I couldn't have anything good to say other than I just can't dig this can't dig this middle school romance. So
Mm.
cool, it's cute, but whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, I think overall I enjoyed it. The size difference between them doesn't bother me that much. I can understand for some people it does, but for me it was no big deal. They gotten closer to. I don't think they are official yet. It's more like they've just been going on dates, etc. But we'll see what happens in the future. But they definitely click, and I think that's because both of them are weirdos, so they kind of fit together. So yeah, I think that's what I can say. Overall, I enjoyed it.
And that opening was really cool. Was really good too. That opening.
Yeah.
Very charming.
I actually, I like the ending too. Actually, so
How is
that
it?
also
Oh,
there was Steve.
I see.
So okay, so have you guys any final thoughts?
Final thoughts. Overall, spring season is just again full of romance for some reason, and the top three.
I can finally say I enjoyed more than one rom-com in a single season because I don't usually say that, honestly.
Other than the top three, except for Hell's Paradise, other than the top two, Oshinoko and Demon Slayer, this season is just like a hit and many of the animes are just like hit and miss. So
Yeah.
I actually enjoyed this a lot more than most of the seasons, most of the
Like
previous anime seasons.
if we
on a
compare this
personal
with
level.
winter season, for example, this was a lot better. Even before we end, I'm just gonna quickly review two shows that I did enjoy. Also, even though the ending was kind of weird, there was Magical Destroyers, of course. You guys know how I felt about that one. But although I will agree, the ending was very weird and I didn't like the ending. That was just.
We can talk about Magical Destroyers right now if you want.
you're lucky.
I don't want to.
You're lucky. I
I
saw
don't want
cosplayers.
to. I mean,
You're lucky. I saw cosplayers cosplaying at this. This
Yeah,
show-
that was actually really nice. Also, I got my.
Yes, we know.
Yeah,
You don't have to
got
show off
her
again.
at Graph Art Cafe. They had this one for theme and Ruby, so you could choose which one. But yeah, overall, I still think it was very enjoyable. I do agree the ending was very weird, and I did not like the ending. But as a whole, I think this was a very unique show, and yeah, I like the animation. So it was still one of my. It was still one that I really enjoyed this season. So yeah.
I'm kind of surprised that you enjoyed this so much because I feel like it's kind of similar to Akiba Maid War in a way that they're both kind of like really wacky and really over the top. But you actually dropped Akiba Maid War.
The difference here is that I think Akiba Maid was like that during the first episode, and after that it kind of fell off. While I think this one had some kind of epic animation and stuff, basically almost every episode. So that was basically what made me like this a bit more.
I actually do think that Magical Destroyers did fall off for me after the first episode. Because the first episode was really good, but then after that, it just, I don't know, I didn't really engage me as much as the first episode did. I mean, I still found some entertainment value in it with the whole, especially with the whole magical girl transformation sequences and some of the action. And, you know, there is still like this really nice message in that, you know, people should have the freedom to like whatever they want and all of that. I really like that, but like other than that, there's just a lot of just nonsensical stuff that just really it's pretty off-putting, and yeah, did not like the finale at all. So yeah, that's pretty much. I think that's pretty much all I have to say about that. And yeah. I don't like. It's not my favorite. Definitely not my favorite anime of the season. However, it's not. I definitely wouldn't give it like a 1 out of 10 or anything like that. It's not the worst thing in the world for me. It's just kind of like it's all right, I guess.
It's all right. It's all right.
It's all right. It's all right.
So let's end it there, man.
Wait. Okay. Well,
I was gonna say something about my Clueless first friend,
yeah,
but I'm just gonna say it's really nice. I'm just gonna say it's one of the few that I actually do enjoy. Actually, you know, yeah, this is one of those more than one rom-coms that I do enjoy. But it's just something that I don't feel like I really want to elaborate much about. It's just really cute. It's really just fun. It has a nice sense of how Like especially if you have that sort of elementary school or middle school sort of nostalgia to it as well, and how people act. I can get people not being particularly fond of that sort of that sort of humor, considering that they're literally elementary kids. But it was still nice, very nice, at how that I really liked Takada and Akane's relationship, and how it really develops, and how like the other characters just kind of just ringed along at time. It's not something I easily recommend, though. I will give it that.
Yeah, I agree. This was actually maybe my favorite romance of this season, to be honest, because as we said before, many high schoolers they are not forward with their feelings. These people are in grade school, and he's being very forward with how he feels about her, and he's like, "Oh, I want to kiss you. You were so cute." It was
Because kids, when you're younger, like, you just say things honestly. We are, as kids, unless if we were raised poorly, we don't know how to lie. We
Yeah.
don't know how to lie. So we just say it out as it is. And so, which is really nice, because the fact that he just lets their feelings know, just like, oh, that's great, honestly. Yeah.
All right. Anyway, I have nothing else to discuss.
Yeah.
Mad Lad, don't you want to talk about Galaxy Next Door?
I'll leave it there. I might as well let Rio off for this time.
I mean, I would want to I don't really want to talk about it, though.
No,
It's
it's
just
fine.
like
It's
one.
fine.
No,
I mean, to be honest though, what I don't really, I just feel like just arguing with you just makes no sense for this anime. So I'm just gonna end it there.
I just don't want. It's just one of those animes where, like, I would just let other people say their stuff, and just be like, "Oh, I just wasn't my thing." It just wasn't my thing. Even though I don't want to dunk on anyone's parade on that. It is what it is. What it is. I wanted to like it at the time, and it was just I could not get into it as much as I would.
What, to be honest though, that when the moment that you tick me off is when you start comparing it to Angel Next Door. So
Oh,
that-
okay. Well, I
so-
mean, that's
that's
because it's
like-
had that similar vibe.
and I was
Angel Next Door was
reading it.
another.
I was reading
Next
it
was-
when I was just waking up in the morning, so I was not in a good mood. So just seeing,
Oh,
stuff like that just ticks me off in the morning. But again, though, I just lay it off for this time because you and I kind of discussed on Spellblade last night, so I'll lay you off for that one. So for this one, so it's
Well-
fine. I would lay it off for this one. I mean, to be honest, I need to go somewhere right now. So.
Okay. Well, all right. Well, I'm just gonna talk
I
about.
would recommend the manga to you, Mad Lad, if you want to
For what?
try out Galaxy Next Door.
I already
I
read
think
it.
the manga's. Oh, okay, nice.
Yeah, I was hoping for the kiss. Oh, sorry for that. I was hoping for the kiss scene, but no, they didn't adapt it. Okay,
It
But I
didn't
saw the
make it
cover.
scene, though.
I do hope. I
saw the
mean,
cover. I saw the cover for the final volume, so I'm happy with the ending. So
so they just. I don't know. Like, I hope they. So no hope for season 2 then, I guess.
I don't really need a season 2 at this point. I mean, this
I
season
see.
is. I think this season is more like just to promote the manga. That's it. Just to promote the manga. So,
Ouch. I kind of hate it when they do that. I
That's how a
still
lot of
hate
anime
it.
is.
That.
I mean, to be honest though, they already released the final volume, and it's basically those two. They got married. So yeah. So let's just say I'm happy with the ending for those two already. But like I said, most of the animes this season are like just here to promote the manga or light novel or whatever. So yeah, I mean, sure. I mean, I'm very happy that Otori no Ginga is literally one of my favorite romance last season, but it can be forgettable. Not gonna lie, I'm already starting to thinking about this season's my happy marriage already. So that goes to show how quickly I can forget about each romance story progresses. So yeah, I mean, sure. I mean, sure. I mean, next time if you want to criticize an anime, do make sure that you can see you have to watch out who's the one you're criticizing too. So, just a quick warning. Just a quick warning.
I'll just stay quiet about it. Just try to be more tapped about it because I know it's an opinion.
If you give out a very concrete explanation, I'll say okay, I'll let you pass for that. So, but yeah, the Ginga one.
Yeah,
is
I just gotta watch my timings. My bad on that.
No worries, man. I'll just move on to the next season already. This season is already dragged out for too long already. So Kawaii, finishing up.
Yeah, I just want to give my thoughts on just quick thoughts, hopefully quick thoughts on a few shows, including this one, and then we can just wrap it up if you guys don't mind. All right, Galaxy Next Door overall my second favorite anime of the season. It was kind of a toss up for me if I should put Galaxy Next Door or Insomniacs After School as my second favorite, but I decided to go with this one, mainly because Shiori is fucking adorable, and I love her chemistry with Ichiro. I also like the family dynamic with the Kugas. The Machi and Fumio are also really adorable as well, and I love the sibling bond they have together, and how naturally Shiori is integrated into the family. So yeah, there's just a real lot of good stuff to like about this anime. However, really the only problem I have with this anime is that Ichiru's lack of self-confidence can be very annoying at times. It could be kind of grating. So, but other than that, really solid show. I want to next one.
I dropped this show. I thought it was boring.
You know what? I can't agree with you with that.
We won't blame you for that one.
Yeah, I can't agree with you with that. But you know what? That's your decision at the end of the day.
Yeah. Just wanted to say it.
Next anime I want to touch upon real quick is My Home Hero. Now, I understand the criticisms. I understand, I agree that the animation is trash. However, what really saved this anime for me was the suspense and psychological thriller aspects of it and the mystery of it. Because I think it's just, all of that is just really well done. That's easily the best thing about the show is just the suspense, psychological thriller aspects that you see Tetsuo and Kasen, trying to elude the criminals, the criminal gang, and all of that. So yeah, I really like that. Also, I just gotta say, Kasen is probably easily one of the best moms of 2023. That woman can do almost anything. The main problem I have with the show is not just the animation, but also I really wish they could have touched upon the fact as to why Kasen is so cool with the whole murder plot. And how Tetsuo exactly knows how to do all these things, because I still don't buy the idea that he knows all these techniques and how to dispose of a body and all that from fucking mystery novels. I just don't buy that. So yeah.
Well, if I can try to explain on that, I don't remember. I am reading the manga, but I don't remember a lot. It is kind of a long. It is at least 150 chapters out, and I feel like they cut. It feels like they, aside from the poor audiovisual presentation I got, it feels like they cut a lot of stuff that would explain a lot of things better, including the problems that you had. So yeah, that's another adapting. Not even just the visuals, the adapting problem is still the case here. I don't like it when anime does that, because it's just it ruins the build up that is there. I understand that animes do have the restrictions, but still you gotta know what's the deal here. Or just don't try to adapt it at all. I can get still people enjoying it for what it is, but
yeah,
I don't think everyone's gonna be in agreement with it. Apparently, I'm not so sure if this is really talked about in Japan or the anime wise. I'm not so sure. Does anyone know about it?
I didn't see anything about this one either. No.
Yikes.
Yeah, these type of anime usually don't. They're not usually talked about that much.
Not a lot of staying power in that one.
Yeah. Also, one thing I found really funny about this anime was, I believe episode 8, when they censored the lockpick. When
why would they
Yes,
Wait, why would they censor the lock
may-
of the lock
maybe-
pick?
Maybe they didn't want people to
Yeah,
find out
because
how to
apparently,
do it.
yeah, I guess apparently, lock picking and all that is like it's very taboo in Japan. Like it's kind of like against the law. So apparently, like not even
It
locksmiths
should be
carry out
taboo.
lock
It should be
picks.
taboo anywhere.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so it's just.
I guess, when they show it, if it wasn't censored, it would be a lot easier for maybe burglars to see,
True.
okay, that's how it's done. So maybe that's why they had to censor it.
That's true. I mean, they did kind of explain it in detail, but it's still funny to me because they kind of use the same sensor they use for hentai, like the whole mosaic sensor. So I just thought that was really funny. And the last anime I want to touch upon is God's Cafe Terrace. Akane literally just saved this anime for me. I mean, everything else is just kind of trash.
Trust me, it gets worse from there.
It's
not worse. It's not worse. It just gets cringier.
That's why I don't want to watch the second season.
I cannot stop
which
thinking
one?
about the latest chapter. I cannot
Wait,
stop
which
thinking
one?
about the latest chapter.
Goddess Cafe Terrace.
Cafe Terrace. I cannot stop thinking about the latest chapter, like how
It was so bad visual, like not even just visuals aside, like I just could. Akane is literally the only fucking decent silver of decency
Exactly.
this series has.
She's
She's actually the most mature of everybody in that damn cafe.
I gotta say though, the only good thing about this anime is the voice actors. They went in with the voice acting. That's it.
Yeah, I gotta give,
Because like
gotta give
as a
credit. I
manga
mean,
reader, the story just makes no sense in terms of how they pace it right now. Like I get it, they're trying to run the cafe and Hayato getting more girls than any other fingers can count. But it's just that when you get season 2, which I think they do, actually gonna get season 2. Like, God, trust me, I am not looking forward to the introduction to that plot. So,
me neither.
but yeah,
As someone who's reading the manga, me neither.
God
I'm not
bless
looking
your
forward to
soul.
what they're gonna do in the next plot. But yeah, the latest chapter, I'm not gonna lie to you, I feel like Seo Koji really fell off. He literally chose the wrong thing to write about now. Like harem series, more like harem trash.
I
So-
will say though, I
Aren't
do.
usually harem trash, to be honest.
Series are really easy to fuck up nowadays. I don't think I've seen a genuinely good harem series in a
I
long
will say though,
while.
that despite this being cliche harem schlock, I did actually enjoy this better than Fuka. That's pretty much.
Oh, we could agree on that.
Yeah, that's pretty much what I have
we
to say
can go.
about that.
Kawaii, when I say the anime for Fuka is better than the manga, it says a lot. So,
Not even the anime was good.
well, at least it didn't. At least it
The
didn't go for
the Fuka manga was in my opinion at least significantly better. I still wouldn't say it's good, but it's at least more worthwhile. Don't
To be
guys,
honest,
just
Seo Koji, he should have just went back. He should just stick with Love Triangle. That's what he good at.
man.
I think there is gonna be a love
but-
triangle like right now, like with Akane and Riho.
Right, which
No,
you don't
no,
like.
Oh
No,
boy.
Kawaii, you will not like how the plot develops from that
No,
point. After-
I don't have no doubt it's gonna worsen after that.
I'm not gonna spoil for you, but you will hate it even more when you find out what's gonna happen later on. So
You know
let's just
what?
say,
Yeah,
let's just end it
But they
there.
are going to make a season 2, though, so...
which I probably will not watch.
Anyways, let's just close it off there.
Yeah,
man.
I
Yeah.
wish we could have had more time to like maybe discuss Kubo-san because that also aired continued during the spring season. But yeah, this podcast has gone on for quite a while.
It is what it is.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
yeah. Overall,
Just
spring.
one word, wholesome.
Yeah, overall spring season. Like I didn't think the winter season was trash, but I did enjoy the spring season more.
Same.
But yeah.
What are you talking about? Winter's the delay season.
Oh, yeah. I guess that's true.
Oh, yeah.
If you put it
Right,
like
they
that.
had a lot
yeah.
of... Yeah, right.
Neurotomnus still not finished.
Oh, yeah.
As we speak.
I forgot
Yeah,
about
don't
that.
forget about Misfit. It's coming back. I totally forgot about Misfit.
Yeah, I think it's coming. That should be
I
coming back.
almost
during
forgot. I almost
August.
forgot about Ayakashi Triangle.
Right, that one too.
I'm just waiting for the BDs. I'm just waiting for the fucking BDs so we can get the uncensored.
Oh yeah, gotta get those
Exactly.
BDs.
But yeah, are we ready to wrap it up right here?
Yes.
Yes.
All right, thank you guys for watching. Have a great day. Subscribe to my channel. Subscribe to these guys' channels. Follow me on Twitter, and I will see you guys next time.
Peace.